well. What do you think the difference was between that Foot game and then this game today? That was only 2 days ago that you lost it to Foot. Aside from the comp changes, what do you think was the difference?
I mean, in Foot game, like, we were in like pressure because we were not moving in CT side. We were scared a bit. I think it was not about the comp, but we needed some change to make those moves, and yeah, it worked out great.
It's great to see you guys so confident again, but I want to ask you about the comms as well. When we have the listens ins, and even when I'm sitting here and listening to you in the studio, they sound very busy and very loud. So how do you focus when the comms are very busy like that?
I mean, I think we are used to it because we are playing like for 2.5 years or 3 years maybe, from tier 2 to tier 1. I mean, we are used to it. It's good for us.
Okay, you think the comms are good for you guys?
Yeah.
Keeping it that loud. Okay, love to hear it. Well, thank you so much again, Loita. Best of luck on your next matches. And we're going to go over to the desk, who have a couple of more friends from BBL standing by.
Thank you, Billy. Yes, so we have a couple more friends here. I am Kakuka, now joined with Tom, and as we were saying, Lovers Rock and Krevin from BBL. Guys, amazing performance today. We are going to chat for a little bit. But first, tell me a little bit how you're feeling, especially after that third map. Krevin, you can go.
Okay, like, we feel amazing. Like, we changed comp, like, yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yeah. And
Okay.
But which map?
Sunset, yeah.
Sunset
On
specifically. Okay.
Yeah, we know that if we go to Sunset, we will win easily. Like, we knew it. We talk each
Wait,
other.
why?
I don't know. Like, they're not gonna be ready for our new comp because we were playing double Sentinel and we just changed the double entry, and they won't expect it, and we just win easy.
Yeah, you're looking at me. You know what I'm going to ask. You having fun there on the Euro?
Yeah, of course. What do you mean? It's the best agent, I said it.
So was this almost like a test? Like at the beginning of the year, people were maybe referring to you as a little bit of a one trick. You go off the agent, you prove you're not. They buff it very slightly, and now you're back on the agent again. Did the buff make that much of a difference that you were like, now it's back, or were you already there?
Okay, here's the thing. I think it made big difference with the 5 seconds upgrade. But you know, some of my coaches, like one of them tells me, oh, it was the same, you could have played it, but I was like, no. And also with the other agents, like, okay, we are a different team than most of other EMEA teams because we play a lot op on attack and defense. And it's like I can't hard enter and play op at the same time on Neon. It's hard. And being back to
Is it
Europe,
hard? I'm looking at your stats on Neon. It looks quite good right now.
I mean, I don't op anymore. That's right. Yeah. So, but I'm
happy with the stats.
Of course. Yeah.
Good
it's
enough
okay.
for you
It's
today,
okay. It's
yeah.
okay. Not too bad. But I'm happy with Euro. I hope we play on all maps. But maybe we do. Maybe we don't. We will see.
Okay, you are making your case. Kevin, do you want to make a case for yourself? Or is Cypher something that you want to, or do you want to play Cypher on every map?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so that's it. We will remove everything else and then move forward.
Cypher is enough.
Tell us a little bit about what happened after the Foot game, right? Because I remember that being an immensely close series, especially for you guys. How was the conversation after having that loss?
We had a very kindly conversation between us. Very, very kindly from the coach to all of us, everyone. We spoke about the game, but they played well. We could have played better, but yeah, we didn't think on it too much. We didn't stay on it too much because we had a game today, like after 1 day. So yeah, it was okay. And we changed our comp on Sunset after we lost to them. Yeah, that's it.
I wanted to then ask, how important to you guys is comfort? Because I think we see Larocque, for example, change to anything, and it doesn't seem to ever really affect stats or whatever. He's very talented, we'll give him that. But for you guys, is there ever a part where you go, I will pick this agent because I like it more than because it fits what we want to do? Or is it the coach goes, you are playing this today?
It depends for everyone, I think.
You're just talking each other.
For us, I think it's coach says you play this.
Wait, so who gets to choose? For themselves.
Rose.
Because you said you said for some of us he chooses, but for others they don't. So who gets to choose themselves?
But
Not them
anyways, he of course he wants us to be comfortable as well. So he's
Yeah.
like, I want you to play this, but I know you are comfortable on this. So he asks, but sometimes he doesn't. So yeah.
It's been a tight schedule so far. You still have a couple of games left. How are you feeling strength-wise? Because we see that some teams are like picking, and then it looks like they don't have the stamina for everything. How do you see yourselves?
I think it's better for us to play more games in 1 week, because if you lose one game and then you need to wait 1 week, if you win and then you can just continue to winning. Like, we like to play a lot of matches. Yeah, because that's
So you want to be in the play-in? What? So you
Yeah.
can play more games?
No.
Okay.
To be in the play-in? What? So you
Yeah.
can play more games?
No.
Okay,
Oh,
so you're
no,
gonna
no,
lose
no,
next
okay,
two
okay.
games because you guys are doing too good.
we don't want to be in play-ins. That's why we win.
Oh, okay, fair, fair.
Okay. Now,
We want to win
So if
every
they
match.
lose any games now, it's because they want to be in the play-in. I'm learning stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I have one more thing to ask, because you guys know that we are sitting here and you see how close we are to you. We have to run away from the room when the game starts because you guys go absolutely nuclear. I don't think there's any part of this building that does not get to hear you. So if you could mute one of your teammates, because it might be too much, who do you think would be?
None of them.
None of them?
If you could turn someone
Okay, if you
down
can
a
turn the
little
volume
bit.
down.
All of them. And we yell a lot. That's why. I also yell a lot. So we all scream. So it's
What percentage? Down like
yeah,
15,
yeah,
20%?
Yeah, that's how I play.
Okay, I get you.
I'm joking. We absolutely love your passion. Please keep
Thanks.
screaming, keep living the game like that, and keep winning. Why not? Thank you very much, guys, for joining us.
Thank you.
We will see you again next week. And for us, we're going to take a quick break, but you do not want to miss it because Team Heretics is about to play KC in the last match of the second week.
Gördünüz mü ha? Gel! Çat! Gloric! Look at me, man! Hello!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Women will want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-worn break. Vamos!
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it.
The VCT EMEA Finals breaks tradition and leaves Berlin for the very first time this summer. There are cities that have already made history in Valorant, and this time, it's Barcelona's turn to live one of the best experiences our region has to offer with the best teams in EMEA. I guess that the best players do deserve the best and most vibrant crowd. This is what they have been fighting for all year around, and this is the culmination of all of our storylines.
Welcome back, everyone. What a banger that was. Maybe not the last map, but I want to get our initial reactions to that sunset before we start talking about our next series.
Banger. Absolute banger. I mean, it's the one that I enjoyed the most. Like, whenever I see a team being that dominant, especially with, also because we got to hear from them how they, they changed the comp yesterday and they were so sure that they were going to win. And it's those kind of moments where the game part of it just takes over it.
Lorok can play any agent. That's my takeaway.
That's the key takeaway.
Yeah,
that
he can do whatever he wants. He can walk on water. He's that guy.
I think that if we were to do like an All-Stars EMEA, there's no way that Lorok doesn't make it because he can literally play anything.
Yeah, he's the ultra flex.
Everything. Yes. Well, let's have a quick look at the standings to see where that puts BBL now, because as we'd mentioned top of the show, they have obviously been able to accumulate quite a lot of champs points at this point. Same with mates when we consider the start of the year, which is why they already have so many stacked up. But
Na'Vi have been consumed by the darkness.
The darkness
it's coming for
have
everyone.
been consumed. They, of course, now will have to go into the play-ins because of that loss. But if anything, this is probably a good thing for them to be able to get more reps in and more time to build up the cohesion and synergy. Am I copium?
Yes.
Maybe?
Yes. I don't want to believe more. And I don't think anyone can blame me. And that is all I have to say.
Okay, well, let's move on from the first series and get straight into this next one. Team Heretics up against KC. Team Heretics managing to get their first 13-0 in VCT EMEA last week as well, which was impressive in itself. But I think we have to speak about the man of the hour. It is, of course, Riens.
He's
You're
kind of
never
good
my
at the
favorite
game.
time of the week. Yep. Second favorite time of the week.
I'll let you take this one.
Yes. God, I absolutely love Riens. On the desk when we were here the other day and before this happened, I was just saying, if Riens is not your favorite player, then you are just simply wrong. I still stand by that. What he did last week is just another showing in many that could get lost. But please, if you did not watch this game, just go back and watch it, enjoy it. This ace here, when everything is up against him and he's
Makes
just
no
completely
sense.
calm, he then spoke about...
I'm here, calma.
Calma. He even tells you in Spanish. Oh, he's...
That's a lot of number ones.
Yeah, because he's the number one in most of the stats that hold any relevance here in
The
the
one that
EMEA.
blew my mind is first blood, first death of 10.
10.
It's because he's 10-1, but over 2 series, that's absurd. That means that once he has died first in all of the maps they've played so far. It makes absolutely no sense, and he is just having a phenomenal tournament so far. I feel like the stats he's got are impossible to keep up, but we'll see how far he can go.
He lost the game as well.
Yeah,
you
he
know,
also
like
lost.
it's like, oh, he's worse than everything. He also lost the game.
We love him so much, we had to put
Yes.
him right
Yes.
around us, just for the Riens appreciation.
I've got my card here, of course.
Yeah, you
I
got the
always have
card
it with me.
Yeah, get the card out, of course.
He always goes with me. Has to travel the world with me.
I love to see it so
and
much.
yeah, it's just because he's that good. Seriously, I think that when Riens is having a day like that, when he's bringing in also the confidence, it helps the state of Heretics. We speak a lot of times of how momentum-based they are, and we literally see them sweat in many of the rounds. And I feel like having games like that is exactly what Team Heretics needs to get their confidence back.
I also think the one real wonderful thing about him is that they can swap everything around him. Like, they can put him on a Viper, he'll still be the best player in the server.
Really interested.
But then also you can have, like, your duelist goes to smokes, you can swap another player from initiator to duelist, and he just still is consistent all the way through and sets up whoever is in front of him. Like, he seems to just synergize with everyone. Like, he is a piece of the puzzle that I think Heretics have got to tie down for about 10 years just to be safe.
He's also going in the All-Stars. 100%.
100%.
1000%. So the Rock and Rian,
We've already
1000%.
got 2 people. This is going to be tough.
We're making a list of Turkish players here,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
feels like. But
Basically what we do.
speaking of Turkish players, we have another one on the other side. Let's chat about Levin on this KC roster, because I feel like we definitely got to see the potential of him when he was on BBL last year. But this stage on KC, it feels as though he's starting to really come into his own.
It's very different to me because last year he had some struggles, and it is normal for a player to have struggles in the first times that they are in VCT. But honestly, the way that he's been playing lately, I would say since EWC, is to me a completely different player. After speaking to him, he says that he really does not care anymore about what people think. He just focuses on himself. And you were teasing it at the beginning of the day, Tom. He is ready to break record.
Yeah, it's a rough record to have because he lost. Like, he matched Aspas in the best of 3 kill record and did not win. Definitely deserved the dub on his end, but I also think he has that sort of loose cannon aspect to it. Like, he is the best and the worst player at some times. This was one of the occasions where he was the best, but with them going to this more freestyle, like having more opportunities for people to take risks and be aggressive, he's looked better and better and better. So it feels like Zeish is really getting the best out of him right now.
Out of everyone, I would say.
Yeah,
or most of the
it's great for the
players.
team, but I think for him especially, it's like, it feels like night and day.
Yeah, because he's getting that freedom to be able to explore around the map, like you mentioned. I think that we mentioned this, I think, last week with KC, that them playing this looser style is things that Levin is maybe used to because of the team that he had last year coming into this year. But you mentioned the close game against... Oh, sorry, did you want to...
No, keep going. You keep going.
You mentioned the close game against Fnatic as well. That was a series that I think KC, by the time we get to the end of this regular stage, that they might be kicking themselves for.
Yeah, kicking themselves for it, but I think that at the same time they could be incredibly proud. Look at this series. So you have, first of all, they go and pick Summit.
Yep.
Ballsy, in my opinion, something that we did not expect for them. One of the teams going to EWC, maybe not having that much time. They know that Fnatic is a very tough opponent, and they go to that. Fnatic wins in overtime. Then on the second map, something that they were also, like, let's say, kind of expecting or definitely prepped and fixed, they go in and get the win. And it's only on that last map that they barely lose. So I hope that this is just a little mark, a little stain that does not keep them from progressing the way that they were. Because I would have actually been, I think, even happier if KC would have ended up being the winner of that match.
I think what makes this match so interesting for me is using previous games as like a proxy, because you sit there and go like, okay, I saw the Heretics versus Liquid and I go, oh, maybe that's not the best result, and then I watch Liquid absolutely blast Fnatic and I go, wait, was the KC loss not that good? Are they now the ones in a little bit more trouble? So it feels like a very weird mix where I'm looking at these two now and going, I feel like this is a middle ground, but I'm really not sure where I stand with either of them.
As far as we're aligning for KC, as far as we're aligning, I think that we might still be in that timeline.
Well, we can kind of start thinking about the map deal, but before we get to that point, obviously, we need to have a skirmish between the two players. We have Rien's up against Levin, the two players that we've kind of highlighted, so it'd be great to watch that and see how that kind of worked out. And I guess my question here is, how important do we think the map veto is? Because you have a KC that's pulling out things like a Summit, but obviously Team Heretics, they've been banning the Summit, so how deeply do we want to read into that?
I'm actually reading more into the skirmish right now, because now it's 2-0 for KC. Okay, 3-0. Rien's that was 10-0 for today. Now in the skirmish, I know that one of them was Lohan, but you know, I know that he wanted to. Damn, is he good? Ah, almost.
I was going to say, but even still, Levin has toppled the final boss of Turkey. Like, that's way more important. Like, he always does well versus Turkish opposition, which I'm not sure he necessarily likes as a narrative, but it is the case. And he's just been battered by Levin. Maybe he's the prodigal son.
Levin's not on a Turkish team, though.
Levin.
He's not on a Turkish
But
team.
he
He's
is
a Turkish player.
In a 1v1, they're both a Turkish team.
I like the side that you're taking. Really? I like the side that you're taking.
I'm just saying.
Okay,
like,
so that's the Rien side of the desk.
No, but it is usually...
You're not on it?
I'm trying to be impartial.
Oh, that's very professional.
I am always impartial, even though I predicted a 2-0 at the beginning of the last series.
What do you want to... Don't you have a curse against Fnatic as well?
We don't
get blocked by them on Twitter?
They're not playing today. We don't need to talk about them. It's fine.
I think that whomever wins today tops the group. I'm taking this back to where we were. And sorry for not acknowledging your question. I was mesmerized by the fact that I wanted to see if he actually went for the 15-0. But I do think I would like to see KC keep going on that trend of like being the surprise and exploring here and there. Because also, if they keep doing so well and they get to skip the play-ins, they will not get that many reps in some of the maps. And for a team that has changed so much and so little at the same time, I think that it is important for them to get those reps.
Well, let's have a look at the reps and see if they're going to give us any curveballs. What's your initial thoughts to this?
Well, they picked Sunset. Okay, it is not Summit. But look at what look at Team Heretics here. They do not decide to ban the Summit, and they leave it open. And Casey's like, nah, maybe we've shown our cards. You know what we're going to do. We do not know what you're going to do. I think that they acknowledge how important this match between the two of them are, and they decide to go for a map that has, in the past, been very good for Team Heretics. But if you look at it plainly, and you were from EMEA, do you want to be the first team to play against Team Heretics Sunset?
Well, yeah, I was about to say, one of the biggest shift that they had is having Woot now seemingly as primary duelist, like in Kosh sometimes taking the back seat or playing Phoenix more so that he can sort of set up for Woot. I think the last time Woot played this map, he was on KO. So it's going to be a completely different ball game in theory for them going into this. And historically, when you did have Woot as primary duelist on this map, he was a god.
Do you see this being a double duelist map for them potentially?
I don't know necessarily double
maybe
duelist.
Chamber.
It depends, yeah. Maybe they'll put him on the Chamber, or I feel like at this point, Kosh could be playing anything. Like the fact he played Omen kind of blew me away. So I was like, he could be doing anything at this point.
Do you not think that's because we're so like in our head of like we've only seen Neon from Kosh so far that we're like, oh, it's a surprise to see him on anything else?
I think it's because we're still looking for that second layer, right? Like we want to see him in an agent being like, oh yeah, 100%. And it is because I think that even Heretics is it's still in that point being like, how can we utilize you the better in every different map that they can. I don't think that it would also be smart for them to just slot them into one other agent.
Yeah, I think that definitely makes sense. But I think that we need to kind of almost get ready for the match, guys. Team Heretics, they're looking like a revived team after that 13-0 in their last match. But they're up against a KC who has been in form this stage. The question is, who will come out on top in their third meeting this year?
Heretics versus Karmine Corp.
Well, guys, we have a Team Heretics that are looking to get back to that prime form, and let's not forget it's going to be really important in all the champs points that they're able to accumulate throughout this regular season, but then also a KC that has been the team that have been in form. Do we think that this matchup between these two is the one that's going to decide how this group pans out?
Probably. I think that, you know, Team Liquid, as Tom was mentioning, is definitely making a case for themselves to follow. But of course, I think it's that second spot that is also up for grabs as Team Liquid is going to keep, you know, destroying left, right, and center. Yeah, I think that between these two teams, it could be a new era.
Yeah, as long as Lohan doesn't play, I would put Liquid as probably the team they're going to go 4-on-1. I think they're in incredible form, but I do think both these teams are well in that running for a top 2 spot. And also it just depends on form. Like the Heretics form the other week was incredible, but it's whether they can keep up, that sort of momentum. And for KC, I think especially going into this first map, I think that Narrate on the Chamber, when he was playing those like late lurks and really holding on to ground, you could see how much value he was bringing on the team. And if that's going to be a continuation, I think that's something that Heretics are going to actively have to deal with.
I love that you bring up Narrate, because we were speaking about 11 and the cruise performance that he had the other day. I think that the one that has been the most consistent in KC throughout this entire stage has been Narrate. And props to him. In some of these encounters, it has been difficult for him.
Having to sit at home throughout the matches. But I guess as well, one of my questions is, KC picking this Sunset, are they a team that really need to be making these bold plays?
Well, they tried it with the Summit and it didn't work, so I guess they need to go for a slightly different bolt play. They are going to be sticking on the same composition, though, for Heretics, which, as I said, is a little bit surprising to me. I don't think you get the same value out of Woot that you would do on a Duelist, so I would have even liked to maybe see them go back to a double Duelist with Phoenix in for Kosh, if they really wanted to run that. I think as well with how you can battle for orbs. We saw it from Durka the other day, get 6 ults in a half. So it's very possible with the Phoenix to do that same sort of damage. So the fact they've not changed anything, if anything, makes me favor KC on this map even more.
Yeah, I keep going back to the how ready are they to take on this Sunset. How much did they review? Because I think that they only played like once against BBL and EWC. How confident are in making this work? Because they had already found a different route that was working for them.
For sure. Well, to kick off this last best of 3 of the week, we've got some minions in the studio. It is, of course, Cairo and Haza.
I won't be taking any of that. There's only one minion on this desk, and his name is Gyrocasts. Welcome back, or should I say, I guess I got to welcome myself.
Yeah.
After you left me again.
Well, I thought we were going to steal the moon tonight. That's what you told me.
Well, let's see how this one goes. It's going to be a banger. I think, look, we've left one of the best games this week till last, Heretics versus KC. And from the outside looking in, coming into this stage, you'd think on paper, the two teams furthest apart. KC coming in from 12th previous stage, Heretics lifting their first domestic trophy. But the way that things have panned out, this means a lot for playoffs.
Yeah, it's a welcomed one, let's be honest, as KC face up against Heretics. And Heretics, for the most part, have had the best of their opponents this year. And KC start things off with a 4-1 split. 4 in towards B main, but Heretics ready to meet this. It's Narrate up first, shot's not hitting, but the flash is, and it's a little bit chaotic, but it's an even trade between both before Rienz gets one of his own. And right now, Heretics could probably get out with everything that they've got.
Yeah, 3 versus 2. I think Boo is boosted here in market and makes the most of the off angle, so guess a little late to check that. So now Narrate in the clutch. 5 Headhunter bullets left. Not sure if Benji's cam has just checked him, but they have a rough idea of where he is. They should be looking to group up here.
Well, seems to have escaped things, an avenue towards that A site, and
yeah, it's just going to spot him if he walks into the site though. And Benji, of course, has a trap for Elbow as well. I think the big thing to take away from this round so far though, for me, for KC, it's the lack of strats they were talking about, and how Aves was saying we don't have any set defaults, but we like to, you know, use certain utility and brawl for different areas. Interesting B main is where they go first. Heretics identifying that.
Oh.
And I think Narrate has now been spotted.
Команда
So
Heretics только сейчас поняла, что они вышли на Б-сайт. Он вышел на сайт.
A lot of value. Is that cam is broken, but obviously the trap not. The chamber TP on the other side of that, but I don't think Narrate's going to have time to TP as he takes that one fight, and now they're going to know if he does go for the plane. Well, now they can just hold towards Elbow. A misplay from Narrate, it seems, as he tried to big brain it. It's Team Heretics to get the pistol round.
yeah, a few ways that you can work out of that one. Narrate nearly wipes the slate clean. But just building off that conversation that we started there, yeah, if it's going to come down to team fights, then Heretics, you would expect, will have the edge. Early B main brawl. And that's only backed up by the history here, Cairo. This is their 7th meeting. KC have only won this fixture once between the two teams.
Yes.
And that was the kickoff 2024 final.
Nice, guys, let's go.
Sitting on the honours list.
Yeah, I mean, nearly, what, 3 years ago?
One suppressed.
Feels like it at this point.
Does that. That's for KC's loose style.
Готов
How
до
they're gonna
Сиана.
approach this one, they're going to be given an orb in B main. And not a whole bunch after that. And you can see Heretics happy to bunker up, happy not to give anything away.
Yeah, Dozier forced to break the dart in B main, so he's been identified. Nice utility from Rienz just to try and flush him out the corner, and the follow-up shot is even nicer. The hands of Heretics, the hand of God perhaps, guiding them towards the A site right now. That's just funneled into Koshmaris and this Marshall though. So when you're looking at, you know, what ults can be brought up online here heading towards the bonus, there's not too much on either side, but Aves finding that orb. It's going to make him well on his way to a Nightfall.
Yeah, 3 away after his death as well.
Or a kill.
Or a kill.
Very pessimistic view from you there, Cairo.
Thank you, mate. Try to... Yeah, well, there you go, mate.
Oh, ладно.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
Добрый вечер.
Кстати, да, добрый вечер всем.
Работайте.
Most importantly, managing to get through the majority of their buys.
Привет, привет,
Yeah, he's
Маша.
one away from it now. The Nightfall,
Да,
of
он
course.
тебя
I think
увидел
Avaz is
просто.
definitely a player to be highlighting on this KC side in general. As you
Ты видел
said,
отчет?
Rusa Star
Кирилл
really
Рудартики
benefited
рисовал,
from.
это
I
просто
think
пипец.
while a lot of IGLs would
Нет,
maybe
не
be a little
видела, я
more
была
obsessed on the micro
занята
there,
немного.
you know, he is a star player on this team, and
Было
that's
смешно,
the
пипец
role
было.
he fulfilled when Shados was leading the team. So
Yeah.
Могу
I think he
поверить.
is like the kind of franchise player, if you want to
Sure.
brand him as that, as he's found his way through a few rosters, managing to survive.
Shutting them down.
that's the thing about KC as well. The overarching point, it's a change of environment, sorry, which is helping them start
Давай
to deliver
комментируй,
now.
ладно, чё.
And Narrate, having found the first and extension on the A play, Boo going
Нет,
down.
ты комментируй.
Woot's knife not quite reaching the
Пошел
far
пельмени
corner.
есть.
Yeah. Might be frustrating.
Приятного
They're at a
аппетита
player
тебе.
disadvantage.
Спасибо.
Это
And you can see
получается
intent
Кармина
to
Корпуса
keep on
против
fighting here if you're
еретиков.
Heretics. Mid is where they're currently set up to
Пыташу
engage.
против алкашей, давай, я пошел.
After this wall drops, does
Ругается, иди
begin
отсюда,
to
иди.
make
Кушай
their play?
пельмени.
Seems like a double swing and Narate.
Ну, за кого тут можно
Unbelievable
поболеть? За Бу
shots.
только, если.
Well, every single player happy now to head towards A. They knew the swing came
то и
from
за
that right side of top
еретиков.
mid, the A side of top mid, so it should be free.
Yeah, really nice round from Narate. Positioning fantastic, especially for that first kill off the knife. Reading into some of the tendencies on the Heretics side. Could be in for another hit, and that's as easy as it's going to get. Narate one away from an ace. And KC with their first queued up here on Sunset.
Would be a massive boon towards your performance in this map.
Especially if you keep it clean, right?
100%. I mean, right now, KC
Здравить надо, не
expect them
болеть.
to have a good start,
Ну,
but I mean, with Narate's
здоровеем,
performances,
здоровеем тогда. Вот мы поболели, а они
could
раунд
get
проиграли.
even better. Rien's down in tiles.
Так что действительно надо
Narate's
здоровить.
got this one bang on. He does read the situation. Rians will not go down easy, as has been the case so far this stage. But KC do find their first round on their own map pick, and it's through Narate and his 4K.
Well, that's where things now start to get interesting. We're into the bulk of the buys, but Team Heretics need to be careful as their cred's slow. And yeah, nice, well played by Narate.
Another one of those players who has done very well back with
Кармин, ты что
Zaishin
такой
control.
грубый?
Talking about how each player requires something different and the human element of the game, which he's been able to work with Narate on. Early setup here from
Приятного
Heretics
аппетита,
to take
стример.
that A main control, and there is no punishment, no pushback from KC this time.
Of course, you're going to be on that lane with the one way, but it seems as if KC are ready to bite this Boo here as well.
Так, смотрим,
Just to
выходит
stay with
атака
his
ему.
life. And Team Heretics starting to
Должны
look
были
towards
попасть
mid,
под
trying
Бу,
to
но Бу немного
clear
не
that
угадал.
space in the map.
Solid scaling here
Но
from
он потому и
KC though
откис,
on A,
судя
and
по
with
всему.
Heretics having used some of that early util, there aren't too many pieces left. Koshmara still with the stun, of course, but now KC applying pressure through elbow. They insert Levin and may just look to leave him behind.
Waiting to see if KC do go and make the
Очень
first
затяжной раунд, прям очень все
It's the
долго,
decision that
как-то
they've got to make,
муторно.
right? If Avaz is committing the ult here, it's only going to tag one player.
At this moment in time, sure, but you can see Doxy has set up with a beautiful scan.
Давай без
Levin as
еды 2
well,
недели.
and KC completely unlock the A site. Team Heretics, absolutely no response.
Невкусный челлендж
Narate's
получится.
watching mid, cutting off rotates. That's a very difficult start for Heretics in the rifles.
Yeah, this is a really well
Ладно,
set
такой
up round
вопрос.
from
А ты
KC
когда
on
на
the
2
other
недели
side.
тоже молчать?
Avaz had that decision to make in the mid round where they wanted to commit to A or maybe look to bounce off of Narate's position as he's looking to find himself in action again, closing out the round with those final 2 kills and denying any saved weaponry for Heretics.
I think the proactivity from Heretics is spot on as well as they try and challenge mid, and you can see that that cognizance from Heretics' history on Sunset is still there. The setups in the lakes.
Кто-то у человека 3-400 баланса, а он ничего не покупает. Почему?
I mean, realistically, it's a freebie that's given to Kosh, and that's how they get the only kill of the round.
Yeah, it was this map, main factor of Heretics' pull back in 2024 when they went on a kickoff run with KC.
А ты про кого? Ты про Чембера?
KC, it was more their split, I think, at the start of that event.
Yes.
But rebuilding the pool here, this is one which they have played pretty consistently over time.
Если ты про Чембера, то у него был готов ультимейт, зачем ему? Если у него ультимейт оператор дает.
Outlaw, just looking to punish those
Точнее,
extensions
покруче.
again. It's all about timing to
Оператора.
me on the Heretics side. If they can get any good info to actually isolate a player like Narrate, who's already started to chip away at Rians.
Ладно, сможешь без мастурбации дня 2.
Once again from Heretics, but KC mitigate that, stay away and
Всю жизнь.
wait for all the utility to be used before moving back into that space.
А пусть ты охренел. Поскорее бы. Я с тебя поскорее модерку сниму. Ты чё меня хейтишь? Тебе в виперы пора.
Does walk away with one, and the numbers are still here for Heretics, but it's this gun advantage for KC that you've got to be tracking. And with that, Dozier lines him up and knocks him down. Only Boo left standing. And with KC
Вот так
finding the right
2-0
pressure point.
превратились в 2-1, и сейчас будет
Exactly what you'd expect.
2-3 в пользу Кармина Корпс.
Just seen the head of Boo. Makes a meal of this one. And for Boo, let's see how much damage you can actually do here. Because I was going to say for a minute,
Как будто бы неприятненькая ситуация.
a couple of players low, that rifle able to be picked up, not the case. So 3 in a row now for the French side.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was wondering whether Heretics wanted to fully engage on middle after hearing Narrate TP away. But it was just a bit of poke and prod in the end. And despite the flood backside, well mitigated by KC in these team fights. Dozier loving his eco frags.
Кармик, лучше так не писать.
The one thing they've got to do is track
Ты
what's
ходишь
coming
по
back.
охуительно
Sure, we're gonna
тонкому
get time
льду
out.
правил
Zyche
Твича.
and Weber able to talk to their team, but Team Heretics have the advantage in the ultimate cycle, and that's what they're going to try and do. Try and get themselves in a position to maybe use a set play, maybe try and get them back into the round count in that aspect, and you don't want your momentum stopped there.
No, of course. Coach slot a little different with Neil working remotely for the time being. Wishing him a speedy recovery, of course. It's
Чё вы несете? Скажите, пожалуйста, чё вы несете, виртуоз, Вован? Кто у вас сегодня вселился? Ганат, которого забанили.
Didn't look like that on the pistol, but again, just the pistol. It's the rifle rounds that we put a little bit more emphasis on, of course. And like you say, you've got to flip that around and look at the other side. I think just the amount of impact that Zyche has had has really impressed me so far. Handling the emotions of what is a very young team, I think.
Yeah.
The fact that Aves was a new in-game leader. You've got players like Levin, who we've always spoke at length about needing some strictness, some firmness, discipline to make sure that he's not overheating, that you're getting the best version of his duelist possible. But in some ways, it's this freedom that's actually allowed him to become that vocal piece and drive those fights instead.
Yeah, I think it's like the whole thing, rather than trying
Слушайте, я думаю, вам немного на другой Twitch надо перейти, на оранжевый такой. У вас явно напрашивается.
Exactly. And I think that's a big theme in Valorant at the moment, right? Leaning into your comfort rather than trying to crowbar in what you think is the best theory for your team.
Nice little set piece here, but it has netted nothing at this moment in time.
And look how far Levin's managed to get into this backline.
It's all about where the market players go, and they've found a fight. Riens and Benji working together. Just keep your eye on Levin and where he goes. It seems as if for the moment, Team Heretics have an idea. There was a gap in the map.
It's this Viper wall as well, right, which is just continuing to create that top mid pressure, and with Levin now sighted, KC do have sight control and a chance to get into post.
Seas doesn't net anything. Riens even's got one more.
Пойдем вместе смотреть? Нет, я считаю, это что-то для любителей красного кресла в комнате. Кто шарит, тот поймет.
Looking to encroach on site, but wants to wait for the plant first. Levin still roaming around in market.
I mean, Dosia's close, looking to play up on another. Dosia swings fast, but Levin now isolated. And Boo knows that. Doesn't identify the position of the Neon, and KC keep their streak alive.
Может, Кирилл сделал умом, и теперь до него никто не доебывается, до кола не прилетает. Да так и есть. По мне и так прилетало от Северы. Теперь это не шальная пуля, а пулеметный ряд, блядь.
Very quick. And it's a flash down mid as a setup for the B main push, but Levin once again featuring in the kill feed.
Fighting fire with fire here, KC. They know it's the weaker weapons.
Well, they tried to re-clear and they're successful in doing so. Rienz did have the Guardian, but he doesn't want to offer a fight. Instead, calling for support.
Never first player down.
Ладно, давай челлендж, ты 2 недели не строишь мемами на экран. Давай. А ты мне чё?
But Rienz is unwavering, committed to this B site.
Well, he's getting nowhere to go realistically, so he's going to have 5 targets to try and knock down.
Dart should be coming back up in just a moment. I wonder if we get an awkward timing. Not after that audio cue.
Definitely not. So Rienz definitely knows exactly what's heading his way. As now he swings out. I mean, Levin having to commit the ult to clear that, but I don't think it was necessary.
Narrate on a no-looker peek. I don't know what that one was, but clearing close, I suppose. And yeah, Rienz just good for the one. So 2 versus 4 coming back in here.
Ничего, почему я должен тебе что-то взамен давать? Потому что ты этот челлендж предложил.
Yeah, we're flinging his flash through.
Волыне никто не предлагал молчать, он сам решил, поэтому он ничего и не получит. А я них поменяю на 80 чемпионы мира. Забились. 2 недели без мемов на экране. Кажется, мое амбассадорство должно стать платным для М80, потому что уже забились на ребенка с именем М80 от Разиви. Теперь еще и Вован с Капустой поменяет ник на М80 чемпиона мира. Хоть один блядский мем до 10 числа. Нет, вообще все, никаких мемов с моей стороны. Ни одного не будет. А вот твой ник будет М80.
Forced back, no TP out. Having to respect now that space the Heretics have got. In fact, there's no respect at all, and Boo's going to punish that. At the same time, the scale up through mid.
Ты недооцениваешь мою выдержку. Бра, не теряй всю жизнь, это была не шутка. Так что ты уже заведомо проиграл. Так гномов-говноедов и так не было, были гномы-хуекрады. Что-то пока не видно каких-либо шансов на одну карту от еретиков. Да, мы отвлеклись хоть от матча максимально. Теперь нету профессионального комментатора на данном канале, есть только молчун, который улыбается усами. О, какой сразу серьезный стал. Соответственно, но смотри, сейчас получается, что еретики забрали раунд. В принципе, разрыв не такой уж и большой, это как-то Сансет, она такая своеобразная. и она может спровоцировать камбэк в итоге даже с большим отрывом. И следующая карта, если что, Лотус, она также, по-моему, одна из самых камбэчных карт с большого разрыва. Поэтому я бы не говорила насчет отсутствия первой карты. Точнее, одной карты от еретиков.
The timing insane though. Benji with the way back in. Yeah, Heretics fast on this flood retake. Benji immediately up to Gen, shock dart dealing plenty of damage.
Я буду тебя провоцировать, покупать тебе мемы за баллы. Да пожалуйста.
It's gonna take a long way round. KC to meet it though. Yeah, Aves has it nailed.
Слушай, я тебе действительно говорю, ты недооцениваешь меня. Но мы забились с тобой, все уже.
The momentary pause, and with that, Rian's left to a 1v3. He's already knocked a bit of damage off the old block, but it's not going to be enough in this situation.
Не пали контору.
Keep storming forwards.
Once again, it's when you get into these moments where you need your individuals to show up. The KC are the ones to win out. I mean, there's a blip in the radar, but overall, since then, KC have started to really show their goods. Lovely from Wu.
It is just an individual moment here and there, like it was Boo on the previous round. It doesn't feel like Heretics have a consistent answer right now for maintaining this A main control. They've been trying to flash in, they've been trying to fight a different look this time in front of the smoke. And so we'll head
Типа как привычка, от которой при одной привычке за 2 недели можно отказаться от нее, да?
Mid, you want pressure?
Yeah.
Azam, put pro on the left side for me.
You should smoke or something.
I will smoke.
I don't see come.
I smoke right. I have timing maybe.
Пока что Бубу на уровне частично керрит, а команда не доигрывает. У Бу тоже было куча моментов, где он, можно сказать, что не доиграл. Думаю, они все плюс-минус одинаково себя чувствуют. Сейчас у них антибай, соответственно, это будет 7-й за Кармина Корпсами.
I don't know where the cipher is coming.
Let's go CT Hazam. Yeah.
Hold my right.
I'm about to get right.
You might be elbow with judge.
They paranoid
I
something.
think I'm not gonna go.
Yeah, we're just going short. Nice. Maybe one more, watch out.
Can be elbow, can be elbow. Okay, check elbow.
Right side. Nice. Last two were B. No paranoia.
I'm holding flank right now.
Соответственно, я вот сказала, что за кого тут можно было бы приболеть. Поздравить, это Бу. Но я вспомнила, что на стороне Кармина Корпов, Корпцов вообще-то Дося. Легендарный Дося. Да, что-то морда ухмыляющаяся.
KC not really wanting to overstep and give away any more guns in this situation. Koshmaris already having taken.
Так что я малёх перебываюсь, мне Дося импонирует больше, чем Бу.
Already 7 rounds picked up in this half, an advantage to take into the next.
I mean, with 10 rounds played,
Какой еще другой игре? Акана, ты о чем?
I mean, you think back to that pistol round in anti-eco, if that goes towards the other side, we're on a 9-1 half.
Там КФ3 был, когда 2-0 еретики вели.
This is the thing too, we know how good KC can be on their attack side of this map. An 11-1.
Ну, другая игра нас не интересует. Нас интересует Дося конкретно валорантовский. Акана просто не шарит.
Put up equally dominant
За
halves.
этот стрим.
to finish their last series, also against Eternal Fire, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, a second time out here to talk things over. So nothing for that second half, should they need it. And I think if they need a third time out, has a yeah, you kind of cooked, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's it. And I mean, there was talk about it on the desk as well, about this Team Heretics sunset that we hadn't seen yet. What was it going to look like? Do you really want to be playing into that? And I think KC's answer is, we really don't care.
Yeah, exactly right. They've just been able to have free reign. These executes looking fantastic.
Ладно, это понятие субъективное максимально. А еще это фигура речи.
Понял, что-то происходит. Какие 3-7?
Ты какой-то слишком серьезный, или это мне кажется на фоне какого-то взбаламошенного чатика в остальном плане?
Да нет, я просто в шоке. Как можно сливать Доси с 3-7?
Дося вперед.
Ладно, в бан.
Тебя в бан, иди пельмени ешь.
Какой доси? Процесс кинул, сразу валил. Как можно за него болеть? Кубан же фиши наказать. Ужасная ульта от Ринса. Сугетсу остался в пункту, остальная команда должна перетянуться, но они обратно идут на Б.
A little disorderly in the initial setup, but Heretics poised for this reaggression.
Benji, double stack, high, low. Heretics. Oh, Sugetsu!
И вообще Доси это порошок такой для стирки.
Доси это проигрыш в Counter-Strike бывший.
Да кому не пофиг.
Пришел они раунд взяли, найс.
Уходи.
Arians won't lose from that position, barking orders, words of encouragement at the rest of his team. A fifth round is enough to save face here for Heretics, but they still sit one away from it for the time being. Really nice re-clear into backside, honestly. And that felt like the game plan all along when you consider Benji's positioning so deep.
Можешь закрывать рот, когда Лана говорит, типа, это ты говоришь. Да, что такое?
Что тебе больше импонирует, девайс или донг?
Никто из них. Понимаешь, мне в моем большинстве, если так можно сказать, все равно на игроков.
FIFA 2 Games играют, смотреть будешь? 28-го.
Что? FIFA? А, Shopify.
Shopify против сборной Бразилии с 2 Games, которые в прошлом сезоне ни одной карты не выиграли.
Да нет, мне так-то без разницы на Shopify. Вся эта фан-момент с Shopify был исключительно из-за притопки за них VALbINA против М80. Потому что это...
Как он замечательно играет. Как его хейтить можно? Я бы на него.
Unbelievable play from Dosia, but at the same time, it's been an unbelievable half from KC. For Heretics, we're going to have to see a lot from them, and we heard from Benji about his journey through the stage 2 so far.
Возможно, будет 4-13, если не забирают Heretics.
На самом деле, навряд ли будет 4-12, но я думаю, что общую Кармина заберет, кстати, матч. Но все-таки одна карта от еретиков наклюется. Мне нравится, как они двигаются. Мне нравится, что они делают, но очень много моментов просто unblock. Ошибки у них, в принципе, плюс-минус одинаковые, что те ошибаются. Привет, Лана, приветик, приветик. Опасно, можешь забыть, как говорить. Нет, этот болтун не забудет. Понимаете, когда долго воздерживаешься, а потом получаешь возможность, ты взрываешься, так что потом его будет не заткнуть после этих 2 недель. Я забив с бабаном с капустой, хотя на самом деле у него нет капусты, все в курсе, что не будет мемов с моей стороны на экране больше. 2 недели не будет гномов-хуекрадов. Готовьтесь. Я понимаю, что все будут с этого расстроены. Ну, терпим 2 недели, чтобы потом взорвать экран. Начало второй половины. Еретики серьезно отстают на 4 раунда. Что ты палец вверх поднял?
Yeah, you'd hope so. And of course, the opposite end is if Karmine Corp can find this, then they are looking at what could end up being a fairly swift map. Their own pick, of course, Lotus coming up, but for now,
За атаку еретики, и они стягиваются все пода, всей пачкой, и там их уже ждет фейда. Все стягиваются.
And look at the util for Heretics. There's barely anything left. Wu has one flash to try and counter this on the KC side. Stun, paranoia, reveal.
Блин, так непривычно без его голоса. Согласна, согласна. Зря ты, Кирилл, гнал на новичка тогда. Теперь видишь, говорить не можешь.
Кто-то ошибает, делает.
Ой-ой-ой, килл по кошмару.
Баджу пишу.
Вуд. Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй.
Алкоголик против алкоголика. Привет.
Привет.
Здравствуй, Розиви. Полина, ты во что-то играешь? Нам вообще-то слышно. Он в гномов хуйкрадов поигрывает.
Он их вчера 3 нарисовал, если помнишь.
Так их 4.
Ладно, всего 13-4.
Мы всем чатом доказывали, что 4.
Не, 13-4 не будет. Я думаю, они как минимум 1 раунд, а даже 2 заберут.
Уверена, прям настолько?
Ну да,
я думаю, тут сейчас 3 карты
все
будут
ясно, я думаю.
смотреть.
Ну, Доси опять прайм выдает против моей любимой команды.
Так ты за 2 недели мемов на сезон любого аниме накопишь? Тупо мема просмотровый стрим будет. У нас был уже такой план. Я просила спонсирование у местного миллионера Йобы.
Йоба?
Да, Йоба из чатика, чтобы он проспонсировал нам просмотр аниме через мемы на фуллскрин, тем самым сорвав стрим Valorant, как он и просил. Он не согласился почему-то. Я думаю, это была бы инвестиция в самый лучший экспириенс.
Какие тупые ошибки.
Ай-яй-яй, Бубу.
Шмарис опять ошибается, косячит.
Что-то такое чувство, как будто бы не отпустили эту карту уже.
Банджи флешка остался. Банджи дефьюз.
Ну вот все какое-то на тоненьком на самом деле. Блин, еретики. Я бы приболела, поздравела, точнее.
Поздравляй.
Поздравела за еретиков на второй карте. Как минимум за хорошую
Я
весовую фору.
тоже так думаю. Тоже думаю, 3 карты будет.
Я думаю, 2-0.
На самом деле тут, да, 3%
тоже так думали.
большая, а по игре как будто бы они одинаковые.
На Америку надо смотреть.
Ой, вы одинаковые. Вы в одно время бубните, я не понимаю вас ни одного. Надо штрафы на нулевом этапе внедрить за слово «болеть». Необходимо продвигать здоровение. Так ты сам чаще, чем я, говоришь «болеть». Я тебе сколько раз поправляла? Ты там уже штрафов на всю жизнь нахватал.
Ладно.
Да?
1-3-4. Бонусный раунд. Пока Банджи фиши, покажи свой скиллу. Как в 2015. Fortnite.
У еретиков как будто бы уже добег, да? Так и выглядит на самом деле. И все люди сразу испарились. Вот так вот. Тебя любят за голос, а я за душу. А модераторы ради модерки. Да, это правова нас капусты, да.
Надо убивать Досяна и можно разыгрывать клатч.
Не.
Там равно бай.
Отпускаем.
Банджи? Бенджи? Как не думал.
And Benji
Oh.
still trying to chase down the judge. Omen wins out, and there's your
Plant.
information.
Now this is his chance to try and play now.
Benji
Benji
Fish.
with that info.
А
Cancelled
он
the plant.
что-то двигается.
Second
Да
time,
может.
in fact, looks for the next pulse of the
Сейчас они
Не-не-не-не-не,
выйдут на него,
пускайте,
так
пускайте,
и он
пускайте.
поставит им всем.
And I mean, it's just as simple as that.
А, и вот они вышли вдвоем, вот они хорошо сделали, они не допустили ошибки очень частые, что выходят по одному, но они вдвоем вышли и разменяли.
And it's just
Да.
feeling a little too casual for them at this point in
Ой.
time. I was saying at the start of the map, oh, if we get team fights, then of course it's going to be Heretics that win. But KC have almost built their style entirely off of this micro and team reliant synergy.
Там, кстати, в теннисе
Not the
Блок
start you
снова
would hope
играет.
for at all if you're on the Heretics side right now.
Quick pop in towards elbow, and that's a nice scan to come back in. Levin, ultimate of his own. And I mean, at this point in time, KC just win
Добег.
every fight sent their way.
Все-таки 13-4
It's
будет.
ridiculous. Heretics instantly put in check. Great use of the
Похоже,
ultimate
что
from
да,
Levin.
похоже,
21
что
and 9
да.
now he stands.
And Aves up next.
К сожалению, мои
Swing
желания
round.
не
Does that play
сбываются.
in Sugetsu? Woods wanting this fight as well, but I mean, Aves is the one who's
Я притупил за Кармином на первой и ТБ по картам.
Не, тут все.
Думаю, что 2-0 может быть, но хотелось бы, чтобы еретики показали что-то на Лотосе.
Именно еретикам надо хотя бы сейчас 8 взять, чтобы они разыгрались.
Я думаю, у них будет шанс разыграться на следующей карте.
В следующей карте им также могут напинать под зад.
Следующая карта Лотос, она непредсказуема в этом плане. Мы видели, как оформляли не очень красиво по счету первую карту, а на Лотосе начиналась месилово. Что-то он реально ни слова не сказал с начала стрима, да?
Думаю,
Не-не-не,
когда-
было. Я слышал, что-то там он был. Я на фоне смотрел
Кажется, он
стрим, было
говорил
что-то.
про что-то того, что он болеет за М80.
Там пару слов было, без рофла.
Болею за М80, кажется, он
Болею за
говорил.
80 и все, замолчал.
Да.
I mean, Woot as well. We're talking about this difference between
Да не,
Это шутка,
отпускайте,
если
еретики,
что.
отпускайте.
Пустили.
in the best of looks. Drone is heard him in. Now he
13-4.
knows it's not towards his neck of the woods, but he does find the firefight, and Woot pops
Да-да,
up with a couple of his
13-4,
own.
давайте,
Okay. Answering critic.
Oh, but Aves is out backside. He's going for the
Он
fight.
же в фише.
Some kills. Aves still hanging around here, though.
Ладночка,
like you
почему
say, he's under
М80?
the microscope.
Пушите,
He's got
убить
it all
Авиза,
to do.
взять раунд.
Even playing off the
Это
shoulders of
серьезный
try and
вопрос
support.
или
Aves only
это
keeping the one.
мне просто
But it's still
я
going.
не понимаю,
Nice.
если я сейчас начну
Full support on
объяснять
that one, so
действительно,
Dozier 1 versus 2
это
for
будет
the map.
уместно.
Yeah, but we've seen how
Год
he gets-
остался
Сейчас-
1-2.
Дося, давай,
Чекайте,
вперед!
Дося солид, просто,
And
не знаю.
a smoke up soon
Дося это
as
мясо,
well.
которое играет на КД.
Не, смотри,
Ты
вот
не
чекай.
ругайся, фаворит.
Скрин, просто.
Dozier.
Под сейвича пойдет.
It's a double swing round the pillar.
Давай,
He's heard
очко ставим.
cacophony of steps, and with the
Какая
paranoid to
каша.
try and split the play, just doesn't know
Я
where Reeds has
ставлю.
gotten off to. Catches him anyway. Dozier
Банжи
with
не
one
пики,
more to
брат.
find.
Дося,
Spectre on
давай.
the other side of the smoke
Он же
wall, he
фиши,
spots it.
братан.
But as the Brit drops back,
Надо.
Dozier has a pocket to play from. Up close, the cams landed inside to check the spine. but Dozier puffs
Ой,
out
ну
his chest
Дося,
with a sense
Дося.
of
13-4,
confidence
как и
about this
колили.
KC team. They cut
Всё-таки
through
Дося
Heretics
чемпион.
with no issue.
5 rounds on the attack and 5
Да,
rounds that
ну
they
смотри,
failed to win for Team
М80 на данный
Heretics.
момент, по моему личному, скромному, не обязательно являющемуся истинным мнению,
Can bounce back on Lotus.
Фаворитом.
одна из самых лучших организаций в принципе, и текущий состав команды М80 в Valorant, я не говорю за другие игры, соответственно, один из самых перспективных. Во-первых, у них состав звездный, у них в организации поиграла куча игроков, которые сейчас в самых топовых командах состоят. Они брали перерыв, их команда распадалась, и сейчас полгода назад у них собрался стак, который, ну, мне кажется, станут легендарными. Они показывают просто невероятную игру с момента, как у них снова собрался стак
Вам
после
спасибо
перерыва.
за донат,
Они не
даже
проиграли
если
ни
это
одной
сотка, ты
встречи.
красавица или красотка. Швепс.
Блять. Агмак, ну что ты наделал? В смысле, а что про мерки знак М80? М80? Там мерки знак? Ну, не знаю. А как, стой. Ты мне шизу какую-то прогоняешь.
Karmine Corp, we demand the best. This
Нет, блин, действительно, я все это время неправильно говорила. М80 с мерким знаком, а правильно без. Ну, бывает. Сделаем это фишкой. Ладно, ну чё, Блок сегодня опять выиграет, когда проигрывает? Да я думаю, что да, выиграет. По крайней мере, я очень-очень болею за него. Мне нравится, как он играет. Мне кажется, это... Чем-то похоже на Бублика. Типа, третий сет у них, конечно, очень смешной. Очень смешной. Хочу прогнозик на матчик. Да тут кто знает. Америка будет интересная, на Америку можно будет уже что-то сказать, а сейчас сомнительно, нет идей. Единственное, за что я бы приболела за карту от Heretics, вот как раз таки Lotus. Мне кажется, эта карта самое то, чтобы что-то показать и забрать чужой пик. Клево, наоборот, зачитать ланы. Ну, хорошо, если так. 2-0 от Карминов звучит очень реалистично. Могу поверить, да, могу поверить. Мне нравилось, когда он был маленький и бегал, играл, а сейчас он на школьника переростка похож. У кого такого не было. А?
Про VALbINA?
Нет, это про Блокса, как я поняла. Нет? Да, он про Блокса. Тип завозит норм. Да, да. Он прикольно играет, мне нравится это.
У Еретиков вроде Lotus прям неплохо по статье. Вроде нормально у них все получается.
Ну, давай сейчас зайду на кода, посмотрю, что там по статье у них. И что, реально молчит? Да, молчит. Партизан.
So I don't wanna like shout out anyone. I think we all played good as a team. If Burak, Lewen, sorry, can
Итак, открываю, смотрю, что там по Лотусу. А по Лотусу по статье. Так, сейчас. А у них одинаково, кстати. Если брать за последние 2 месяца сыгранные Лотусы, то у них 6-7 винрейт, что у той, что у другой команды. Соответственно, не так давно Heretics и Eternal Fire выиграли на Лотосе, буквально 3 дня назад. А до этого отлетели с диким темом от BBL.
Да, такое, конечно.
И выиграли на допах на, получается, вторых, третьих Мибр на Лотосе в начале месяца.
Cannot tell me that this was prepped by Team Heretics, because then I would be like, I will not believe you.
А у Карминов, они тоже обыграли Eternal Fire на Лотосе. С счетом 15-13. До этого по Перексов и проиграли Vitality. Соответственно, что там 67% винрейта, но команда Heretics играла в 2 раза больше матчей за это время на Лотосе.
Ну, как будто бы хочется немного вытопить. Ну, не, у них 70 за последние 2 месяца.
Нет, 67 за последние 2 месяца. Что у той команды 67%. На КДА лайв.
Ну я не там смотрю чуть-чуть.
Ну, там, скорее всего, у тебя округлили проценты. Любят сайты статистики так делать.
67 у Карминов и 70 у Еретиков.
Интересно. А сколько каток у тебя показывает за 2 месяца?
7.
А у меня 6.
Я на выборку больше сделал. Не, подожди, с 5-го месяца. Я чуть больше взял. Я с мая вел.
Мне кажется, что еретики вполне себе могут претендовать на Лотус. Как я уже говорила, мне кажется...
У них только, у них получается из последних каток только BBL что-то не пошло. А на всех у них практически неплохо получалось. Ну, последние сколько раз...
вывозят весь движ, рассказывайте про первую карту.
Ну, про Нави также говорили, что они сейчас с темом вторую снесут и все. А по факту оказалось 11-1 первая половина на третьей карте.
Еретики сильнее должны быть на Лотосе. Согласна, да.
Вообще, да, хочется чуть-чуть притопить за них.
Блок себе брейкует. Так, смотрю. Действительно, давай, делай блок с 5-5. Там какая-то ситуация с тросом у них была.
But now taking up a team like Heretics, doing so in so many different maps, it's a very good tell. I would say that probably the only one that I'd be worried about is Split, and Team Heretics banned it for them, so...
Good job. Well, let's start thinking about...
Просто, знаете, даже если у них по 67%, то больше верится в команду, которая играла 6 раз, и у них 67%, чем у тех, кто играли 3 раза.
Но это все еще статистика, она, как мы знаем, не особо работает в этом плане, поэтому может быть как угодно. Но по первой карте могу сказать, что еретики ошибались, но Karmine Corp ошибались не меньше. Там где-то тот момент подвезет, где-то так повезет, в итоге lucky и unlucky. По счету разрыв большой, а по факту не так уж сильно они отличались по игре, поэтому... Думаю, Лотус будет все-таки за еретиками, либо же будет большая ТБшечка. Так, мое слово Ланочка показывали уже? Я не знаю, я огромный кусок стрима пропустила, к сожалению, я была занята. Но я скидывала твое слово Волыне. Вот, еще нет, еще не рисовали. В перерыве между этим матчем и следующим, я думаю, он нарисует, если будет народ в чате.
I think the danger of going into this map now is when I think of an attack side map where Levin takes over. Lotus, even when he was on BBL, he would just single-handedly win them games. Like, you're talking 20 kills and a half. So they have got to be prepared for him just running it down and being one of the most irritating players to play against ever.
Yeah, keeping it real, now the ball is in Team Heretics court, right? Like, now they have to be like, okay, you know, Sunset happened. Maybe it was indeed a surprise. We didn't expect it. We were not ready. Lotus cannot be it, right? Lotus has to be where you were comfortable last week. And you actually, if you want to be the team that skips playoffs, the play-ins, are you ready for playoffs? Like, are you happy with the state that you're in the game right now to go on and take the rest of the region?
Мне больше нравится пик еретиков.
Right now, and I'm kind of worried now as well that maybe that 13-0 from Team Heretics, they've come into this one lacking the
Хотя как будто бы...
Not that they're not taking it seriously, but you know, we have these things to consider.
А видишь, они тоже показывают 70. Они показывают за последний месяц, наверное, винрейт по карте.
За последний месяц, давай посмотрим, за последний месяц у еретиков 75%, в то время как у Кармина Корпса 67%, да. Не совсем понятно, каким образом они считают винрейт, за какой период. Не указано у них что-то нигде.
Я не знаю, там 70% было у этих, скажи, у еретиков и 20% у Кармина. Я не знаю, за какой период они берут статистику.
Если брать за полгода, то у еретиков вообще 15 сыгранных лотосов и 67 все еще винрейт, в то время как у Карминов 43% винрейт и 7 карт. В любом случае, еретики наиграли больше карт за последнее время.
Ну да. Но это очень большой отрезок, полгода, это надо брать там месяц-два максимум, как по мне.
Да. Вот сразу же получает неприятненько.
3 в 3.
Жопу ставлю 1-1. Хорошо, твоя ставка принята. Ожидай, может быть, у тебя станет 2 жопы.
Timing, and it's unbelievable from Rienz and Dosia. Once again, that spike can go down, and Rienz has to try and pick this up.
1 versus 3 on the Viper.
Поставили плент, то есть на 3 в 1 ситуация, Кармина Корпуса ведут. Я думаю, тут уже не будет какой-то разворотик. Это первый раунд, пистолетные за Карминами.
Rienz has pulled off miracles before. Unfortunately, it will not be a miracle this time. It's exactly what we expected. KC to do the damage on the pistol round.
Yeah, it's another pistol for KC. As we said, Heretics have played 1 less game, but had only lost a single pistol coming into today. It's now back-to-back in the last couple of halves. Really nice fight taken here by them en route. And then just walking that forward onto A. Levin doing exactly what Tom was talking about, contacting up, taking as much space as possible, and
for some reason, I thought we had Riz, not Nid. I think you Nid.
Of those timings again.
Yeah, and I think right now, Team Heretics are going to be so aware of what the Chamber is wanting to do here. In terms of the lock timings, in terms of even just trying to fight out of A.
Something that KC's comp is going to be really good at, as you say. Having an opportunity to just bail himself
Бо забрал поинт, что-то пострелял, мне по кому не попал, чисто я правильно увидела. Или это он по своей гетсу продамажил?
We've got Benji back on the Vice. It's looked good for them on Lotus, but the overarching one, it's Boo on Scan. It's Rienz on this Viper. Kosh on the Omen as well, double smokes.
And I think as well, like, not to be harsh on Kosh, I don't think this is representative of his talents at all, but with this meta shift, he kind of feels like a spare part in terms of the fact that Heretics want to move away from the Neon.
Yeah, I think
в итоге подбор решила так выйти.
Because you had Minibu, this selfless entry duelist, and that's the role which Kosh, you know, had fulfilled very well domestically. As you say though, things are changing, and this Heretics comp is trying to fit the meta, I think, rather than the other way around. It's a post-plant for KC on B here in their anti-eco though, and yeah, again, Narrate just really difficult to root out here.
I mean, it's Narrate and Sugetsu who you want to be your casualties here.
Ай-яй-яй, Бенджи, Фиш. Ой, все полегли. О, ё-моё.
End zone flawless from Karmine Corp. A fantastic start once again.
Yeah, it's a
Кажется, еретики все-таки не собираются как-то подсобраться.
Keep Heretics honest here heading into the bonus round.
Тут это сейчас совсем плохо было.
I mean, right now, shooting practice, making sure that KC are still as warm as the last map and pass the test, but they have to be careful because this next round is Heretics' rifle round, their own bonus. So let's see exactly how KC maneuver this problem in the comms.
Если тут не будет победы еретиков, я ладно в муку превращу. Ты чё? А я это тут при чем опять?
А мухи при чем тут?
Ты чё, офигел, разве?
Guys, I feel like Viper separated as mollies, okay?
Guys, let's go try to walk up onto stairs, okay? I'm gonna open the room timing. Just wall up and go into stairs.
There is a wall, should be.
Yeah, there is a wall. You just count and go together. But wait, let me open 3 first.
They re-smoked on C, guys.
Okay, go now, wall up.
Vice, so I'm in fight. I'm gonna cross side.
There is wall.
I'm going towards 7. Okay, go B, go B, go B, go B, go B. I don't have any from B space. One is heaven. One more heaven. Race.
Wait is here.
Yeah. What do you have?
I'll pick slowly.
Wait,
this
this
one. I have to read. Ready to pick?
You can pick?
Wait for me, wait for me. Wait, 7.
It's Omen T-Link.
They don't have paranoia.
From of me, okay?
No paranoia, no paranoia.
Okay, I'll fight the Omen T-Link. I'll fight the Omen T-Link.
Smoke him.
Give me open smoke and this is smoked up.
Retake with the
wait a bit.
Come close. Hold. You're gonna retake with the wall
for me.
You will nade A-Link, okay?
Okay.
Yes.
They
mollied us.
Okay,
Wood,
hold heaven, I go.
We can still go.
Okay, go, I will up, let's go guys.
I go side A-Link, okay? Go.
Go play. Under.
They're on the A-Link picking.
Then 2.
Ничего себе.
Well, it seems
Karmine забирает третий.
pistol round, they go on to never lose a round again because since that pistol round win on Sunset in the second half, they have not lost a round, Haza. That is now 8 rounds in a row without a loss.
Эджик, ты очень быстро переобуваешься.
Again, Cairo, look, Heretics have the ability to come back, but losing this many rounds early, yes, it is the attack side. Not expecting the most from the defense, but again, your double controller with the Viper. The tools are there. Just get yourself in the game as it's starting to drift away from them a little bit, and we're going to see that first timeout coming through. To talk about the comms a little bit there, very impressed with Levin, kind of calling where those gaps are, and then Aves building the rest of the round off the back of it. Can sort of see the moments maybe where he needs to reel in a little bit, but still doing so much for them. And well, this is the schedule, and the reason why we bring this up is because you put it in perspective, they actually had the sort of slightly easier games, I guess, towards the start, now contextualized. GX and Eternal Fire, Heretics here and Liquid next. Those are the tough ones. Those are the ones you need to win to get top 2.
Yeah, 100%, but KC are making Team Heretics not look like one of the tough games, right? I think at this point in time, it's going to be all eyes on Team Liquid and Mother. They're the ones to really upset KC's form, because right now Team Heretics aren't showing us that, and we're hoping that this timeout is going to do that.
Yeah, that's what you're waiting to find out. I think Weber certainly had influence on the previous map in spells, right? But Heretics, even when they onboard that information, it just doesn't last for long enough.
I mean, you see that, but 2 timeouts and only 4 rounds won.
Yeah, and I guess, to be honest, the bigger aspect of it is probably just telling them to lock in. I think that was a very common theme in the previous stage. When they're not awake, you need to get up, smell the coffee soon, because those chances for them to go top 2 start to slip away as you move towards a second loss.
Yeah, feels like Team Heretics asleep at the wheel at this point in time. They have everything that they need, but just not managing to put pen to paper. They are set up for the A trap though, Hazard.
So Paranoia here. Wu doesn't have the nade, already pulled the pin on that one. Play his way out here from Rubble. Damage on those players, but no kills, and that's what Heretics would want confirmed for themselves. KC roll out the red carpet, the A site is theirs.
I mean, that round just sums up Heretics at this moment in time in this match. A brilliant trap play, but just cannot convert in terms of the mechanical aspect of the game.
Looking out of sorts, that's for sure. Benji going for this one solo into 2 players before Rians even gets to arrive on the A site. The round is over. This is a 4th for KC, no trouble.
Feels like that way.
And then it begs the question, what are the adaptations? Are there sort of anything that you can go off in this round if you're Heretics to think about in the next? Is it that A piece? Is it the same kind of play, or are we going to see a full change up?
I think I would love to see some proactivity, right? I mean, it seems to me that this A fight just has not worked. I mean, you see the pivots that KC are able to make. So let's make the map smaller, not allow KC that space to make the pivots. I mean, for instance, right, you think about
man, just A, man.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, literally. And I was going to say, like, for instance, that B split, I mean, Narrate was able to walk into that B main position so late into the round with no contest.
KC, the ones that changed things up this time. It's into Benji's Vice setup. He's armed to the teeth, both Thorns and a flash to try and play off. Wall is on B, so won't have that at his disposal, but everything else is there for him. Rian's arriving in support, and for KC, they've managed to bait out that utility. This is a small win.
Karmine остаются под точкой С.
Right now, not a whole lot happening apart from that boom bot placed by Woods Rays.
Ooh. This is nice. If KC can apply a bit of pressure on A, it's going to burn through some of Rian's toxins. That orb won't be available on C. That is where KC want to hit.
2 игрока команды Team Heretics сидят на планте, готовятся. Минус 3 от команды Heretics.
It has fallen apart for KC here. Heretics looking like themselves again.
Спайк выбит, и 2 игрока остаются под точкой А.
It's a way into the conversation more than anything else. If Heretics can build on this, it's going to be absolutely huge for them. I want to talk about
Саргетсо остается последний.
very quickly though. Sugetsu is going to be trying to save the Vandal. He had 2 players out on A.
11 хп.
When you look at the map,
И
you're probably thinking, okay,
команда Team Heretics идет искать low хпшного Саргетса.
Players will join up through Blue Room, but no, they fully commit to it. A very wide net cast. Bit of a head scratcher, that one there for me at least.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, at the same time though, perhaps a call.
Всем чатом сидим, тут без тряски на Еретика. Я даже докинул на ТБшечку. Даже не на ТБшку, а на индивидуальный тотал.
The Viper and the Vise.
Yeah, Rian's util timing was brilliant as well. He had the wall up on A and the seal, so perfectly prepared for the pop. With a tongue twister. So KC taking their first loss of the half, now looking at this A duel again.
Seeing what they have for us, and I mean, keeping things simple. It's a good scan overall by Boot. But you can see already the positions very isolated from Heretics, but much more reserved.
Yeah, and already opening up that next lane here, KC. You can see Kosh thinking about the paranoia back in. It's Woot that they're trying to set up. He's all by himself in the blue room right now. And of course, KC have main control. They're going to be thinking about the B play this time.
Oh, Woot just went for
Делает энтри.
Completely decapitated Levin.
5 в 3.
Shooken awake.
Нужен какой-то размен от Кармина.
To try and force the B play.
See if they can find a way to isolate Wu, of course, with that main pressure.
It's a good paranoia. It's actually caught both players. Played in Sugetsu.
Минус 2. 3 в 3 остаются.
It's utility like that that will win you rounds. As now you can see, KC set up for that waterfall. And Benji Fishy needs to be careful.
Yeah, Benji hot under the collar, backs off. Reposition Heretics. 2 players now coming plat. They're heading into Dozier, and Dozier has support.
That steel garden has not caught anybody, but Boo has. Dosia gone. Aves has to try and
Прожали ульту, 3 в 2.
especially with the Nightfall used. It's Sugetsu now as he holds on from main. Cut off from his teammate. Still gets a kill.
Прошивает. Бу. 1 в 1.
It's Sugetsu versus Benji Fishin. He's just sticking it. Already have, but the timing good.
И 30 хп остается у Стайгетсу, и он делает 4-й килл, и команда Karmine забирает 5-й раунд себе в копилку.
Sugetsu had a day to forget against Fnatic, but this is certainly one for the books. Fantastic 4K to haul them through. So those 2 kills out of main, perfect timing taken. You knew what KC were trying to do the whole time. Pre-fire once he gets his crosshair on the heaven angle, and then counts it down to the second to find Benji halfway through the defuse. Not only are KC maintaining that 4-round gap here, Heretics money's on the ropes. This is such a key round for them to win.
Big swing round. Looks like C plays. Boo's just trying to confirm the contact. But it's very deep that Prowler went.
It's Narrate also bringing this op out on the attack side as well. KC happy to just post him up here on sand, let him take that line. If anyone on Heretics wants to move up and track the progression of KC.
Just nice scaling on that A side as well. Sugetsu using the smoke against Team Heretics if anybody was going to walk into that.
Tree opened up with the Prowler. Just dragging Heretics' attention away. Wu finds the molly fall at his feet. He's got to take that risk if he wants to push back through the stairwell. Wu's going to go for it. Blind is nice, but it's only one that he walks away with. An MTA site now as KC clear it.
So simple. I mean,
И, скорее всего, Karmine забирают 6-й раунд себе в копилку. 4 в 3, но нету девайса у Benji Fishin.
While this spike doesn't go down, Rian's still playing with trepidation. Just wondering what this looks like. It's an ult to fake things out from Dosia as he takes up a new position in tree, crossing the line and holding on towards pit. Narrate's heard the steps. He knows about this rotation from Rian's now.
Yeah, no, he kind of becomes this one condition, a late one, but it's whether he gets into position on time, because right now, Heretics are 3v3 on site.
Plant isn't exactly for Heaven here either, would have to stick his neck out. It's Levin to put his body on the line, and that's no problem. The rate is there to pick up the pieces. Belt and
Это 6-й раунд для Karmine, и, скорее всего, и 7-й, потому что нет экономики у еретиков.
And things getting better and better for that attack side.
Feels like KC are just playing with their food, and now, for the second map in a row, we are going to see a second timeout be used by Weber. Heretics right now just cannot find the answers, and has I mean, at this point in time, you can completely understand why Weber has pulled the trigger.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Heretics have so much they need to figure out right now. Otherwise, this minimal tally of rounds on the defender's side is going to come back to bite them if they want to do anything in the second. Let's take a look at Levin for the time being, though, starring as he did on Sunset. And when you compare the stats between the two stages, I mean, it's not a world of difference. The KD is certainly a lot better than it was. Just feels like now there's a supporting cast to get the absolute most out of him.
And I think that's the key.
В нынешнем положении, если еретики заберут хотя бы 4 раунда, это уже будет очень неплохо.
Is the fact that Levin has improved his kills to death ratio, the fact that he's dying less, the fact that he's still getting the same impact, but I mean, even if he does die, I'm seeing a lot more tradability, I'm seeing a lot more force behind this, as you said.
Plus 27 in the previous series. I wrote that number down. I didn't write down how many kills he got. I think it was 82 though, off the top of my head, so correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, the guy's been on form.
It's not bad stats.
Not at all. And in terms
Нету
of the
экономики у еретиков.
KC doing everything right at the moment.
And I like this. This is the first time we've really seen Heretics try and take that C space. Problem is that we're going to meet the full force of KC in a second. And they give it up so easy. I don't know if they're trying
3 ультимейта еретиков, в свою очередь и 1 у Karmine.
Space you want to take aggressively, right? Benji's got a setup behind. Rian's the orb as well. You're not really playing to your strengths if you do.
I mean, the pack now plays towards B, so rotates should be easy enough.
And I tell you what, Cairo, if you're looking out for Heretics here, if you're a Heretics fan,
yeah,
God bless you. You're thinking about Woot's showstopper in the late rounds. The longer this one goes, while KC are still struggling to make meaningful moves on the map, that could look really dangerous late on. 45 seconds crossed, and it seems like we're gearing up for an A play, but Benji walks out on C, gets caught by Sugetsu. And now they're not interested anymore. They're just going all the way back.
Yeah, I mean, why would you not? Although, at the same time you point towards C, those guns start to point towards B on KC, and I'm worried because this is a very close quarters sight, and when we see these sheriffs up close, they can start to do damage, but not when you make mistakes like that. For God's sake, Heretics, we're dying for you to show us something. I'm sure it's an equal round, but just hit the shots. And KC look as if they can't lose a duel.
No. I mean, if there was any day to have an off day, it would not be today. As we know, the stakes riding on this are your chances of going top 2, getting that bye into the playoff stage, skipping the play-ins. At the same time, it feels like Heretics almost need that right now because we're just not seeing the progress, I think, in this one. A few more results required to get them through. Weapon, man. It's not a happy bunny.
Why would he be? After watching this so far.
Ультра критически важный раунд для Еретиков.
Yeah, that man is always put through it by this team, I think.
Oh dear. Aves is just solo peeking this with the spike on his back, and the thing that he doesn't realise is Woot's holding on to this angle with an operator. So far, KC have been good at clearing things with utility.
Yeah. I've really liked Aves' use of the Prowler to tee up Levin a lot of the time, but it's this smoke that makes things dangerous. And there is the Prowler.
And he's just walked through. A brilliant swing out. Taking out the smokes, and Dosia as well has found Benji fishy.
Not for the first time Benji goes walking on C and gets punished.
Yeah, and now that is going to be a real issue because Body's forced towards C to clear space. And Heretics, sorry, I was going to say KC scaling, but Heretics...
Ситуация 3-3.
Oh, the timing for Woot, though. It's just off the angle. They're depending on him to keep the B space, but it's A under siege. And with that spike now heading in, we go 3-on-3 in post.
Keep a note on the utility in this post plant because Woot still has his raise and showstopper.
And he's a long way away though here. Boo has a rotation still to make.
But it's most importantly that we have to look at. Still, as you see, they're waiting for Boo and that time ticks down. So the utility for KC becomes even more important. The impact that it finds. Everybody just hiding against the wall the Heretics had. Narrate activated at the right time. This Viper's Pit. The spam good from Aves. Defumigated. And now Boo has to clutch
Ульта ринца в молоко. И это в 8-й для Карминов. И нету вообще никаких денег у Еретиков.
Brick by brick, this blue wall has continued to build. And the second week is looking like it will be capped.
Так я же не разговариваю с тобой, я просто комментирую происходящее, чтобы было поинтереснее хотя бы трансляцию смотреть.
That's pretty unlucky. It was a jump peak where he got plucked out of the air. But then into the late round, you look at the ults that Heretics invest here. They're just running out of win conditions at this point. And KC have as many as they would possibly like. I think the fact that we've started on the attack side for them 2 maps in a row has lent pretty nicely into their playstyle. But you have to say, as good as the performance has been, Heretics just not up to the task so far.
They have not. And it's issues upon issues. You solve one and another one pops up. I mean, right now, the good thing is the C site for Heretics, when there has been an execute, has been pretty good at the hole.
Лювин прожал ульту.
Thing is when you're up against a better buy, it can be very difficult to
3 в 4.
I mean, passes the first task, but will not pass the rest.
Последний Woot. И это 9-й раунд для Кармина.
Так, извиняюсь, я отходила там по... помогала с техническим вопросиком человечку. Блин, Веритик, какого фига я вижу 1-9?
Ну, я сам в шоке. Я тут сижу на ТБшках, просто на валидоле.
Heretics need both.
Испанский стыд от команды Heretics наблюдаем.
Как правильно подметили чемпионы мира.
Выигрываем прошлую игру 13-0, а тут берем по щеку. Да, защиту от команды. Karmine Corp.
Это, конечно, не очень ситуация происходит. Ну ладно.
Сегодня Левиатан также отлетят. Дай бог.
Что ты морду квасишь, стример? Здравствуй, Драгон.
Ситуация 4 в 4.
О, вот так вот должен играть Дося.
Запомним, что 1-9 это не очень. Ну, да, как бы это
4
не
в
очень.
2. И сейчас по
А
классике
что не так?
еретики зальют этот раунд.
Сейчас по факту 2-4 будет.
3 в 2. Наратор заходит в спину. Со спайком.
3 в 2, там 3 в 0.
Да, что-то такое попахивает. Опа, 2 в 2.
And so Heretics have sent out the search party. They're still looking for him. Narrate in the meantime, just creeping up behind all of this. Looking to maybe recapture some of
А, сейчас зайдет в спину, убьет их, да и все. Это 10-й раунд для Кармина, и это ГГ.
I mean, this is a fantastically called mid-round so far between the two.
И у них не будет денег на последний раунд.
Heretics и матч Карманов. Первые играли как говно, вторые игру жизни выдали.
Да-да-да.
Я не помню, если честно, ни одного
И
прошлого
там
матча
13-0 пассивка закрыли вроде.
No easy feat though, and it looks like they're just going to be walking straight back into the lens. It's picture perfect for KC. Narrate spots the shoulder eventually.
Ланочка, спали внешку, бежи. Я ее что, скрывала?
Очередная ситуация, в большинстве которую проигрывает Team Heretics.
I mean, Heretics have done the goods in that round. I mean, the fact that they get themselves into that position.
Сегодня, походу, спонсор Total меньше по раундам.
У нас продолжается. Это уже 4-й или 5-й день, когда мы смотрим нереально ТМный Valorant. Ну, просто везде ТМ. И ТБшечка это для нас стало какой-то большой редкостью.
Тренер Heretics.
Что он делает? Зачем он антисептиком в руку прыскает и нюхает ее?
Открыл Павлик. Смотри, как им похер. Чисто смоки бегут вообще по барабану.
Ой, боже. Да, отлично.
Они сейчас это сольют, чекай.
Жестко. Народ.
Просто чекай, было 5 в 2.
Дмитрий,
да я сам сижу на еретиках, но я вижу, что они делают. Просто это сейчас опять будет ситуация 4 в 2 было, сколько? Или 5 в 2? А 5 в 3.
5 в 3 было.
Уже 2-2.
Раунд. Где команда? Heretics заливает большинство.
A lot of pressure on Sugetsu to deliver, and he has before. We know that. Tap of the spike, and now with no molly, Sugetsu actually drops a pit.
Хорошая работа.
I mean, this is just utter decimation right
Диман у нас походу болеет.
Heretics picked for pieces, and KC looking brilliant while doing it. Billy caught up with Zeish earlier to chat about some Viper theory. So we're going to have to see how that went.
The last thing I want to show you, though, Zeish, was...
Видели, нет, сегодня? Как РРК играли.
How have they kind of been... Like, is this something that you would maybe consider putting into your strategy book?
Of course.
Yeah?
I mean,
you like this wall?
it's a pretty...
Там, короче, играл куши вместо
because, like, basically, you deny, like, so many
нашего
layers,
слона.
when you're using Viper, you always talk about layers, okay? So like the first layer that you see with this wall, this is counted as first layer. This is counted as first layer, and this is counted as first layer, right? So like once you use this, you know that the enemy
Блин, Блокс проиграл.
and then you have a third one that is this one. So like you have a player
Блокс
that's here,
проиграл.
and like you want to force him again to use utils. So like this is
Да.
like the second layer of the wall, and
Тут
then you have
дома,
the third one here.
женщина.
Because like this might be like seem
Да
like
ты
pretty close,
чё?
but it's like two different
На
layers.
касательную
это
надо
я.
хату лить.
Да какую хату лить, если тут чисто душевная притопка, без какой-либо подоплеки ставочной?
Лучше ставить на женский.
Да ты не бубни.
Лучше посмотреть женский НБА.
Да ты не бубни, чё у меня твой женский НБА, блин?
Это там такая скиллуха. Уф. Он, наверное, понял, я о чем. Третий, который дискордит.
As a defender, if you play fade, let's say, you can like wall up, retake the info towards here with like a prowler, and then you know there is nothing in front, and you can like set up your op back, for example.
Ланочка, мнение по моему тейку нужно публичное обсуждение. Сейчас прочитаю.
Arena, I call it like this, you know, like it cuts the map, and then like this is an arena that you can fight in it or like retake.
Это не совпадение, новые чемпионы на Карминах. Мне здесь как нравится, как они играют. Но нужны более серьезные команды, потому что Heretics сбитые летчики в этом сезоне. Дай бог, кого-то победят. И то с Мега ТБ и плотной борьбе.
Мальчик Кирилл уже за рот держится, что-то сказать хочет.
Я, если честно, не знаю, я не могу ничего сказать, потому что я не помню ни одного матча Еретиков, если честно. Они как-то абсолютно не запомнились.
Ладно, слышишь?
Вот сейчас запомните это.
Там Кирилл уже за рот держится. Когда-нибудь словечко будет произнесено.
Давайте, все. 13-1.
Подводим статистику, пока Кирилл молчит. Да ты знаешь, по статистике, как бы еретики должны были выиграть эту карту.
Статистики я сказал 13-0.
Как мы поняли, статистика не работает.
И раунд престижа взяли, потом забросили играть. Сказали, лучше мы против турков. Будем играть, следующее забивать. Они пасификов 13-0 выиграли, ё-моё.
Well, he was certainly loving them on Sunset, although for a minute I thought he'd managed to dodge the utility and instead walks right into Heretics. Pistols.
Второй раунд, походу, для команды.
Only one, a bulldog.
Heretics.
And the post filtered its way through to Woot though, and there is a wall up from Benji CT.
И второй там, и третий.
A little bit of util to try and play off, and that's where the majority of KC.
Ладушка.
Успел на плюсовую фору поставить опять.
Через 113-1.
Looks pretty good for the Viper.
Just baiting it with the pistol as well.
Yeah.
Сугетсу выйдет, префайром. Доиграть ситуацию. Время. 20 секунд.
There could be a lifeline for Heretics to work with here, especially when they win fights like that. Alive for one round longer.
12, 12
you're really missing Dosius utility. You just want that one smoke to get you on the spike in that situation, cause a little bit of panic perhaps, make your way from backside. Nicely done, though, on the Heretics side of things. Fighting together. It just feels too little too late. And again, you don't want to be harsh towards this team, but they set that bar themselves. They know that right now this just isn't good enough to be topping the group as you expect them to.
Если они сейчас проиграют пистолетом, это будет просто шок.
Yeah, I mean that's an unbelievable shot once again from the Ray. And the worst part, if Heretics do drop into play-ins, at least they do have play-ins to fix themselves out. Some tier 2 teams that can be difficult.
Не возьмут они пистолет. Расслабься. Пистолетом в жизни не проебать, если это команда Heretics.
having to, you know, battle it out in the lower leagues for a chance. And I tell you what, they just want to finish it here
Услышал,
and now.
я тебя
They
услышал,
can
родной.
sense
Как же я
that blood in the
червлел.
water.
Я
They can
помню.
smell the fear on Heretics right now. It is a 3 versus 2.
Не
Я
проиграть
Диана
пистолетом, я тебя услышал.
Ай.
Так, просрал все, что только можно на плюсовых форах. 5 или 6 ставок на плюсовых форах.
Да я червяк просто вместо Кирилла тянет.
Wall goes up, notifies him.
Рабатываю.
Slow creep in here from Sugetsu. Should
Придется.
have Ree instead, and he does. This can't be the
Вот и всё.
round where it ends for Heretics. Benji's last stand made in backside B.
Ладно, смоку.
With his back to the
Ой,
wall.
какой...
Nice.
Просто, я не знаю, у меня нету никаких адекватных слов. С пистолетом проиграть.
Я просто начервил, спасибо, что ж мне. То победа обеспечила команде KC плей-офф. Поздравляем KC с проходом в плей-офф. За Heretic'ами посмотрим дальше.
And I mean, KC just do that. Yeah, I mean, look, this Heretics team have been talking about the fact that sometimes they're playing well in scrims, sometimes playing well in officials.
Да, Драгона. Драгона. 2 метки в секунду.
The comms issues we've heard about, but I have to say, right now, today, only 6 rounds from that in total. As much as it speaks against them, you've got to speak volumes about KC and how efficient they've looked in their own system that they have created here to find success, and what has been a march towards playoffs to behold. Yeah, I know we have eyes on Saturday, August 1st for KC versus Team Liquid. That is going to be an absolute banger. But we can hold that for a minute as we chuck it over to Postplan to hear from the players.
Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. One more series win away from locking playoffs based off of that now. How does that feel to even hear out loud?
I mean, we're pretty happy because our hard work and smart work is working. Yeah, like we've been working like since Fnatic game for a lot of stuff that we failed. I think it should have been going into our way, but yeah, we did a lot of mistakes and we learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, we're looking pretty good today.
How do you kind of mentally prepare coming into this game, Dosia, based off of the Fnatic loss? Because I feel like that was such a close series.
I mean, for me personally, it was the loss that I didn't felt bad afterwards, because it was a good game and we learned a lot of stuff from that game. Like, let's imagine we win that game and we close the eyes on that mistake that we did, we wouldn't be that good right now. So yeah, it was good that we lost at that point, because now we're much stronger.
Кирилл, давай рисовать. У тебя неплохо получается.
You directly, when you were back in Boom, you had the same sort of sad streak that we saw of the last stage. On a positive note, coming into this stage, what has been the difference that you went, okay, I can see that we're going to turn this around now that everything started going well?
If you follow my story, first stage was 5-0.
Yeah, but the second stage then...
But now, first stage, what we did?
Oh, so you're flipping it.
I'm flipping it.
I see where you're going. I see where you're going. I like it.
Yeah, and it looks like you guys are having so much fun. I think we have some reactions to be able to show you, especially from you, Dosia. You were looking so hyper on the stage today. Abed, for you, how is it having a teammate like that, and how has it been building the friendship throughout this year? Because of course, Dosia is the new addition to KC for this roster.
I mean, what Zich was pushing us super hard since he became head coach is how we act and how the mood is going in the team. Because if you're tilting all the time, this is what was happening in split 1. If you're tilting all the time, you're not gonna play good. Like, no matter how good you are, as you can see, we're 5.
Первую читу должны забирать. А, третью карту, то есть. Кто там за лол? Спросил.
Напоминаю, что тебе там слово загадывал, типа, Слэш ТВ.
Добрый вечер, Ланочек.
Добрый. Вроде уже здоровались. Ланочка, ты не думала пойти работать с секс по телефону? У тебя голос создан для этого? Не думала. И не подумаю, наверное. Думаю, дебилы. Что это?
Что сразу дебил?
Так это истина данного канала. Ты мешаешь?
Шаришь, что на стриме чат всегда прав.
Какая музыка классная играет. Это откуда? Это куда? Мы точно на канале VALbINA?
Такой интересной информации, KC впервые в истории побеждает команду Heretics.
Ха-ха.
Нормальное слово загадали, респект.
Блять. Это я, получается, да? Это я вот такая, блядь. Спасибо, стример, вот это замечательно. Ты меня такой красоткой нарисовал, пиздец. Такой секси. Слушай, я бы себе дала. А что тогда протез мой делает у кого-то другого? А, он такой, ты еще и бэушный протез не собираешься брать? А зачем бэушный? И почему у него писька какая-то на коленке у этого протеза?
Ладно.
А?
Зайди в Discord и посмотри. в ютубе сборку видосы.
Это какой?
Про Майби Бэйби.
О, боже. И зачем ты
Причем
меня
с
сказал это позвать? И ты ради этого позвал меня зайти в Дискорд?
Просто в шоке. Как можно такую фигню постить? Кирилл даже сам увидел.
Да он только такое и смотрит, что ему видеть. На Авито со скидкой.
Нормальная дошка.
Ладно, я отойду. Скоро вернусь.
Что? Кирилл, что это такое? Как понять? Объяснишь? Моргенштерн. Моргенштерн оказался вопрос. Я получился, да, рисунок, это типа вентилятор, блядь.
возможно. Hey guys, this is Artem from Furia. I'm here with Koala Noob, and today we're gonna play muted comms. Basically, I need to ask questions for him and he needs to answer, but the thing is, he can't hear me, so let's see how it goes. What agent do you play the most? What agent do you play the most?
Jet.
Okay.
Oh my god, this is...
Who's your favorite teammate?
Oh my god, what's that last word, man? What's that last word?
Who's your favorite teammate?
Teammate. I think I'm definitely closest to you and Basic.
Okay.
You and Basic
okay,
for sure.
Okay. What do you have for dinner last night?
What the heck?
What do you have for dinner last night?
What did I have for dinner last night?
Yeah.
Panda Express with Basic.
Okay. Can I rage bait him? Let me do it.
It has to be rage bait. This has to be rage bait. This one.
Bro, it's a question.
I'm speechless. What do I want to drink?
What is the best map in the game?
Map. It has to do with a map.
What is the best map in the game?
What is the best map in the game?
Yeah.
Icebox.
What toppings do you like in a pizza?
Do it again?
What toppings do you like in the pizza?
Oh my god, okay, this one's crazy.
What toppings do you like in a pizza?
I don't know. What?
Toppings.
Topics.
No, toppings.
Tropics?
No, toppings.
Hot picks.
No. Toppings.
I'm lost. I can't get it.
Toppins.
Token?
No. Toppins.
Topics.
Toppins. Pizza.
Bestie?
Pizza.
Oh, yo, what the?
Eat. Pizza.
What toothpaste do I use?
No, bro. Pizza.
Pizza?
Yes, okay. What topping?
What toppings do I put on my pizza?
Yes, bro. Yes.
Okay, I either have regular pepperoni, like a hot honey pepperoni, or I'll have like barbecue chicken.
Here we go. Finally.
Holy crap, that one
bro.
was crazy.
Where's champs this year?
Where's champs this year?
What? How? Yes? How do you got it? How do you got it?
Because, bro, the other one was too hard because it's like toppings. I thought it looked like top pick. Like this one was like easy.
Okay, I mean, he's the best, I guess.
All right, guys, that was us playing muted comms. Thanks for watching, and yeah, come support Furia and VCT.
What you reppin', dog? Houston, Texas, dog. I ain't bum, but I'ma be a legend, dog. Ain't no questions or no second guesses, dog. Phone on D&D, I'm not accepting calls. We forever ball, leaving with it all. Whole city out, we going wall to wall. Hey, yeah, drop the confetti. We had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the watch with baguettes. We max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, up, taking off. 247 not taking off. VDS stones ain't breaking off. All I know is win, I don't take a loss. Yo, taking off. GT3, I'm taking off. Locked in, we ain't finna play with y'all. Locked in, we ain't come to play it off. I grind through the winter. Yeah, I grind through the summer. Go check the stats, we've been putting them numbers. 100 million, I feel like I'm stunner. They wanna copy the plan, become us. Guess that's just part of the game, you dig. I had to work through the pain, you dig. Now we up popping champagne, you dig. Drop the confetti. We had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the rock with baguettes. We max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon.
¿Qué hizo, mano? Pensé que tenía ido para derecha. Ah, fake steppy, mano, tenés a tech. Ah, ¿qué hizo, porra? Esto, man.
Drop the confetti.
Hit the wall, broke the skin, never complain, I just start again. I'll never stop, watch me go, I rise to the top, I let them know I'm built for this. Every time I fall, I get up. All the weight that made me bend turns these shaking hands to strength again.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui do VCT América. Let's go! One more is all it takes.
There's no time to catch your breath in Stage 2 because 4 teams are returning for their second match of the week, including the Masters London champions. Hello and welcome back to the VCT Americas, coming to you live from a quiet corner of the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles. I'm not doing that, I'll get paid for that. But I'm over here with Emily and Wyatt for today's matches, and we've definitely got some compelling storylines that are kind of out of the box here, guys. I'm very much excited to see it, but again, nice to be back on the desk. Wyatt's actually going to have to do some work for once, which is kind of insane.
That's hilarious coming from you. Let's
Oh
check
my
our...
God. And I have to deal with them, by the way.
Did you just hit me with the reverse card?
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping for a little more than that from you, but that's okay. Look,
no, bro.
I think that...
Hit you with the magic cylinder, suddenly get you the direct damage to your life points, bro. Do you remember that card?
Yu-Gi-Oh reference?
Yes! I thought you called it Yu-Gi-Oh, bro.
Okay, bro. Hit you with the metal detector, return it. Okay, never mind. Let's start the show by paying tribute to an aimer, none of them who are on the couch right now. It's the Pulsar Flick of the Week. Here's your boy, Baby Bay, with a moment that we had to immortalize here, guys.
Wait, what was it? We cast this, right? Oh, yeah, we did. Right. With the Outlaw. I thought it was, when you said Baby Bay, I thought it was going to be that time on Sunset where you like walk down mid with the Guardian in your man and like flick up.
Yeah, that's true, but instead it's
he shot
so
himself.
you should talk about this one.
This one as well.
This one was nice too.
I mean, how much are we supposed to say?
Там ставка баллами подъехала. Можете поставить баллы на первую карту матча Envy Levitan, соответственно. 20 минут примерно плюс-минус у вас есть.
Today marks the halfway point of Stage 2, and now every match counts because for many teams, Champion Shanghai is on the horizon and also on the table. Here are our Champions points, as they currently stand. Excuse me, this is our group standings rather. Champions points are a part of this conversation. Halfway through already, many teams only having played a couple of games, but remember, these are stacked weeks. If you turn up in week 3 and you're not in form, you could find all of your plans falling apart. Here are our championship points, and you can kind of see that there's a real race at the front. But that last spot, I mean, like that's 7 points, 100 Thieves, Fury are both tied there. That's
this is a really important day. The MIBR versus Furia, neck and neck. MIBR still have a chance to make it through off the champs points. It's narrow, but it does exist.
Yeah, you need an insane comeback.
Да, на Envy вообще никто не хочет залить баллы, да?
They have to be like hitting the ground running here and carrying that momentum.
Yeah, and I mean also for Furia, they'd love to be able to stabilize and get a point after all these roster moves. Slow start to this stage, and just given coming into it, they were in 4th kind of firmly with the 7 points ahead of teams like 100 Thieves who are rising to the top. They would have had a great chance to make it the champions, and it's beginning to slip away.
It's kind of insane what getting off to a good start in kickoff can do for you, but that
Драма Queen, они не похожи.
Now here at VCT Americas, we try to cater to the demo.
Ну, либо это Ольга Бузова в молодости и похудевшая.
Classic game. It's time for VCT. Yeah, I'm reading this correctly. VCT.
Are you the one who invented this game?
Why do we have to bring that up? It was one time a pitch as a joke, and we ran with it.
Right.
So you did invent this game, basically.
Yeah. So anyway, caught.
The game's pretty straightforward. We're gonna look at an agent's tutti.
Здрасте, Данка, здрасте.
And we have to guess who they belong to. And frankly, I just want to get this over with. So let's get it started. Whose shoes are these? Now, in fairness, every Valorant agent's wearing some form of tech wear with slightly different edgy elements. So who are we looking at here? Who's got the spike clothes?
Right? That would make sense with the thorns.
Oh, so true.
Я думаю, это она тебя
Where's the
трахнет.
art support at?
That makes too
Драма.
much sense that it's going to be someone else.
How many agents actually wear boots, though?
Ты как-то слишком себя
So how are we
переоцениваешь.
supposed to differentiate?
That's facts. I like that. You've actually tried to make a thematic connection. What's your guess then? Einstein?
Ну и чего тут опять 13-3, 13-4? Я думаю, это тоже будет ТМ. ТМ на Valorant продолжается. Какой-то 5-й уже день. Или даже 6-й.
Who is the no arch support having person with the spiked toes? Let's find out. Give me a bit of a zoom out. If it's Brim, I'm going to lose it. Okay. Define quads.
Breach?
It's Breach. Because he's kicking the most.
У меня, у нее. С чего ты взял?
Alright. Let's have a look at our next pair of feet, or maybe it's only
Вот
one
это
foot.
ты наивный.
So far, it's good news that none of us can instantly recognize
Yeah,
the feet of the Valorant.
green flags all
I
around.
think Emily's sandbagging actually, but that's fine. Okay, sneakers.
That what neon? That's mixed.
Слушай, я надеюсь, 2010 это не твой год рождения?
Okay, yeah, that actually would make sense. I thought
going
Neon
with
has shoes like that, though.
Low key, she probably does, but yeah, I kind of like this. Yo, okay, Wyatt. Mix aficionado.
I don't want to be
too proud of
That's
myself
weird. That's the newest agent, too. Why do you know that
it's
so
just
well?
the color scheme. That's the same.
I feel like
the
there's a
shoes
lot
are
of
the same
orange
color as
characters in this
the-
game.
No, that's it. No. It's the same color as the
Okay.
hood.
Neon is Neon would have been fair as well. Okay, let's have a look at our last one here. Let's get through it. Okay, so it's giving Balenciaga, low key.
Yes, sneakers. That's either Neon or Raze, right? Who else is orange?
They got the Valorant logo on the shoe.
Ладочка, ты какого года?
Look,
2001.
this is Neon. It's low key giving double black though. Like it's too much.
Who would wear stuff like that?
Raze. It's not neon.
I need you guys to
It's
give
not.
you an answer. Yeah, you guys didn't think so.
It is. Damn, who is this?
Who has
I
skinny
know.
legs?
I'm aware.
Are you?
Jet, is it? There's no way it's Jet.
Oh my god, it actually could be.
That's what I'm thinking though. Is it Jet?
It actually could be Jet.
Okay.
Am I cooking?
I kind of like
Or
that.
am I trolling?
Okay. And we have to commit. Let's commit.
Yeah,
Let's
just
say
go,
reveal
go.
it. Production, reveal
Just-
it. I'm
just trying to get the answer revealed.
I'm deep
Honestly,
fried.
Phoenix! Oh my god, I couldn't think of the orange!
Yeah.
I couldn't think of the orange.
Holy bots. Or
Wait, wow, we
NPCs for
suck
that
at this.
one.
But that's probably for the better.
Again.
For the better.
Валына, удачного просмотра матча. Смотри, не сорви голос от накала.
That's fine. This is probably the best time I can imagine to run this back to back. It's time to have a look into our new installment of Profiles, which is all about, appropriately, the ick.
Приятная обстановка, когда Кирюха молчит. Хорошо, что он никогда не молчит, да?
I feel like I have a lot of in-game icks. I would say it was when like someone make a really dumb play. It's the type of play that you should die 100 times, but they end killing it. Like and that's actually what pissed me off so much.
When my duelist no-com lurks, specifically in ranked, sometimes in scrims as well. Depends on the day.
People that are just very selfish, you know, like they never jump for someone, they never peek for someone, they're always, you know, like just
Предлагаю открыть донатную полоску на то, чтобы Валына выучил язык жестов.
shoot them too, so like you might as well just peek them.
Eu acho que meu
И целый стрим провел на
Valorant
языке жестов.
é a Neon. Toda vez que eu vejo alguém lutando de Neon, eu já quero quitar do jogo, porque o boneco é muito difícil de matar. Quanto melhor o jogador for, mais difícil é de matar, então a Neon no Valorant me deixa louco.
My in-game ick is when someone is clutching with low time and they just walk so slow, they clear every corner, and they think they have time to take a bite of their food and just take a detour. Bro, play the clutch. You got low time.
When people buy too much and then like the next round they don't either have util or they buy like a guardian or something, I think that's a big ick. Like money management is a big ick to me.
Ага, а потом нам его нужно учить, чтобы понять, что он говорит, иначе нафига нам это? Так как раз таки прикол в том, чтобы мы не знали язык жестов. А он сидел, пыхтел и пытался что-то на нем сказать.
Oh,
It's the no-comers in my ranked game that just type all game about nothing. It's straight nonsense all game. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Like, just play the game, bro.
Ты
Like,
чё, охренел? Извинись, чё ты про мою мать там нажестил?
Okay. Apropos, let's dive into our first match of the day, which is the classic David versus Goliath. Is it like a Zoomer version of this that can replace it with? It's just David versus Goliath, right?
Man,
Yeah,
keep reading the prompter.
Yeah, okay.
Драгон, так и ладно.
Leviathan, God help me. And
Главное заставить его что-то делать.
Winless Envy, coming in with a negative 32 round differential. So yeah, on paper,
Напиздел и съебался.
You told me to read the prompter, bro.
Oh, my bad.
Leviathan is obviously looking incredible. They are one game away from
Мы не
tying
жалкие
G2's
букашки, мы
win streak,
супер
which is
ниндзя
obviously that
черепашки.
8-win record. And they haven't really shown too much fallibility since touching back down after London, right? There was that one sunset map which they immediately shored up and looked fantastic in.
Yeah, and I think one thing that I really like about Lev is they haven't fallen off after winning a big international. They haven't gone complacent. Yes, they did kind of lose out pretty heavily on that sunset, but a week later they brought it back in. They looked a lot better, a lot more confident in it. And I think the fact that they're able to kind of flip things around that quickly is so impressive.
Saw a little reminder of the scores the last time these teams played. It was in stage 1.
Yeah.
I immediately got flashbacks to that game. It was on Fracture. They were running it down on Envy. Belozine drops a generational stat line in that game. He's just been on fire still. How everyone is. You know what I like about Envy? Or
what?
not Envy, I mean Lev. Okay. Just everything. They're just good at everything right now, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say we haven't found too many sort of fallibilities in that team as of yet. Now, we have, like you mentioned, seen teams kind of falter after finding success internationally,
Leviathan
but
2-0
this team appears to
ставим.
be playing to their potential, and one of the biggest talking points we had about this team is that it felt like they're not a flash-in-the-pan team. This
Думаю,
Leviathan
можно.
roster can develop and deliver these results, I think, in the longer term, and not just in a singular metagame either.
Yeah, sorry, I never heard flash in a pan before. That is
Did
something.
us?
Yes,
Have you had,
never
right?
heard of it
Yeah, okay,
in my
I
life.
know.
Это мне подсказывает,
But no, I think you're right, and I
что
think part of it has to be the young talent that they
мы
have
еще
on this
долгое
roster, how
время не
hungry
увидим
they
какую-то
are to kind of keep
ТБшку.
on winning and kind of bringing that
3
momentum
карты
in.
или
I think that is
больше
a huge part
не
in
будут
why
часто
Lev is so
встречаться
successful
до
right now.
конца месяца точно.
If someone is having an off day, which hasn't happened on this stage, but God forbid someone on this team is having a bad day, they have everyone else on the team who are
Мне на первую
top
карту
tier,
понравилось
world-class,
только
upper
победитель
echelon,
первой
S
половины,
tier,
плюс
how many
победитель
others- I don't know,
карты
the
и
script was looking for
комбинированная
other
как
shooters. They have
1.6.
some of the best aimers on the planet all just coalesced into this one team. It's crazy.
Хороший
I mean, they
коэффициент,
have, like,
удивительно, что
multiple
такой дают.
people, across multiple roles. I think they had like 4 Omen players, potentially
Yeah.
Sato's Phoenix performance, which is
Она
a
не
sore point for
бизнесмен,
some
она
teams, right?
бизнесвумен.
Some teams like look great, but maybe their Phoenix play isn't awesome.
He's been the best Phoenix in the world. You have Neon, who you could say is the best Jet in the world right now. Despite you could argue is the best Neon in the world right
Где
now.
найти кошка-девочку-анимешницу, чтобы вас морбушка
If
шептала?
you're having a bad day, someone could have a generational performance at any given time.
Ну, попробуй в чатике
And I
поискать.
think that the trick for them obviously has been, you know, coming back and converting, right? We've milked the storylines, you know, about how important
Может
it is
быть,
that you continue to put those
кошка-девочку не найдешь, но кошка-мальчика точно.
Glasses on, it looked like you're about to just get.
Yeah.
No, I was like, my depth perception, bro. I couldn't tell if that was like up in my
That
face
was like
or
going
not.
right at the camera. That was
Yeah,
crazy.
objects in the camera may be closer than they appear. For more on Leviathan, let's
Ну
go
давай,
and check in
ну
with
вон,
the
посмотри.
patriarch of the
Присмотрите к
squad.
Данте, к Драгонозавру.
King, while I have you for a moment before the match today, I have to ask you, with the 7-game win streak going on, how do you keep the young heads in
Осуждаю,
line
блин,
and not get
никаких
too far ahead of themselves?
Honestly, everyone is just like really humble. Like, we know how much we work to get here, so we don't really worry about the win streak and everything. The only thing we worry is that we need to keep getting better, like better
Тут
than
такое
yesterday and
запрещено,
stuff.
потому что
So
есть только
our work ethic
один.
is what keeps us like our cool head at,
У него, к
every
сожалению,
day,
сейчас
you know?
вебка выключена.
It's a great
Вместо
mindset.
него
Good luck
черепашки смотрят. Кстати, забавно, что у него на аватарке, точнее, на заставке вебки 4 черепашки. А знаете, чего еще 4? 4 гнома хуикрада.
Before we get into the cope, there are a few things I want to look at, like why Envy is struggling so much this time around. It feels like the team chemistry isn't always there. I mean, you look at this round, even though it was an eco, it felt like their only plan or their only con this round is just run it down A, and that's exactly what they did, and they got mowed over. There wasn't any utility usage, there wasn't a big
Так что думайте, все связано. Я еще напоминаю, что ставка баллами открыта канала. Соответственно, там сейчас 16 тысяч залито на Envy, на первую карту, и 63 тысячи на Левитан. Предлагаю подзалить на Envy, такой коэффициент какой-то, по-моему, оправданный. 4.96.
You know, just based off of like my past experience, there's one of two things that could be happening here. Either one, the comms are just so quiet, no one's coming to the plan, so as soon as somebody makes a call, there isn't a whole lot of utility going into that. Or number two, there's too many comms, there's too many ideas that it's really hard to kind of just narrow down and follow into one path. So one thing I want to see from Envy is kind of slow it down a bit, go back to those basics, and really just focus on your team play before you come up with a plan, or even have one player step up and
на Левитана залил.
Get into the flow of things so that they can have these quicker reactions. They just need to like go back to the bare bone basics and try and make something happen there.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying. I think two aspects of the game that stick out in my mind where I really want to see them clean things up and just also in the basics.
Я одного уже нашел в ТикТоке недавно. Почти на секс договорился. Ты нашел канал VALbINA в ТикТоке наконец-то?
How many times have we seen in their post plants they end up with like 3 guys just standing on the exact
Ладно, до Envy же 2.0 растет, нет? Ну, я предполагаю, что да. Соответственно, но никому не мешает испытать удачу и попробовать словить баллов, куш на Envy. Потому что всякое в жизни бывает.
Now, one factor that ideally was supposed to assist Envy in this regard was Glyph, who joins the roster for Stage 2. We've already talked a lot and heard a bit about what the purpose of Glyph coming into this team is, but so far he's actually been delivering more on a mechanical level than we were expecting.
I've been really genuinely impressed.
Жду 13-0 или 13-1. Ну, я думаю, что такого не будет. Я думаю, Envy все-таки оторвут несколько раундов. Я бы даже поверила в раундов больше 5 от Envy.
I think his game sense is really on display, and it does put him in position to collect some easy kills. And then, yeah, he has had some of those flashy moments as well. For me, in terms of the individuals, he has been the bright spot of this team. I've been pretty impressed.
It feels like there's plenty of people now to have an opinion or give info, right? Rossi's the caller on this Envy team, as we discovered, and in fact, he was actually calling towards the end of Stage 1. We weren't aware that there'd been a change. And Glyph now comes in to, you know, add some of that mid-rounding there. So there's tons of information. But is this information being passed effectively by this team? Are they able to, like, prioritize the important things? Because when we listen in, it's like a kangaroo court. It's like Tom soup. Everyone's talking at the same time.
Yeah, it's always very urgent energy coming from everyone. A lot of overlapping calls. And those do come at the times where it results in, we're watching a post plant and there are 3 guys playing Gen together on Ascent. Or on Sunset, there's like 3 guys playing backside or like tucked on default. And it's just, I think, a little overstimulating. They need to parse things out.
Ну что, Бармалей, мысли будут по первой карте.
A bit more of a calm demeanor. Just take the energy down slightly, and I think that'll assist a lot.
Last question I wanted to ask is, do you think that they're trying to rush getting this team together?
because of
Мысли
the
будут,
urgency
слов
of the
нет.
situation for you?
I mean, yes and no. I think they start to panic in these
Да
like
ладно.
really intense games where they're just on a losing streak, grasping at straws. But at the same time, I think they are trying to play the long game. I just think they don't have a great idea on what to focus on because we haven't seen improvements match to match, even just little things. It feels like they're in the cycle of losing, and it's just like kind of snowballing effect that they're having right now. But thankfully, they do have a little bit more time to try and turn things around. It's just when you get into those scrims, they have to be so intentful. And so far, from what we've seen, I don't feel like they've been doing that.
I love that, making use
Внимание
of your
миллионеров
time,
в
get the
чате.
most out of your, practice and scrim time. Let's head back to Riv now and hear from Envy's other new pickup. It's Knights.
I am here with Knights ahead of the game today. What are you going to be bringing from previous teams to help Envy find that success?
I'm probably going to bring a lot of firepower and more team playing coordination.
Is the team kind of just setting you up, so that's all you need to focus on?
No, not really. I'm like doing more of the setup for the team, kind of.
All right. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
I'm bringing the firepower, but I'm setting everyone else up. I mean, if you can do both Knights, I will be impressed. Now, is anyone bold enough? Wyatt, are you bold enough to pick Envy today? Is anyone daring to do that? Okay, don't look. He's looking at me, isn't he? I know he is. Okay.
No. The answer is no. But, wow, respect to you for going for the Furia pick. Maybe we can dive into that
this
one
might
later.
have been after some bad carnitas out of my fridge. Been there for a little bit. I'm not sure.
You just felt a little silly that day, I think.
I'm okay. You know what?
Maybe you uncursed that game.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just forget. That's all right.
That's the kind of situation as well where the viewers will forget you put that. But if you're right and Furia get the upset win, it's an easy screenshot,
Yeah, but
easy engagement
I'm not
for 'em.
pretending like I'm smarter than the average bear, that's for sure. Envy and Leviathan, though, are, and they're ready to face off. We're going to have Mimi and Ender on the microphones. VCT Americas starts right now.
Буквально полминутки остается, и прогноз баллами закончится. Если что, успевайте залить баллы.
Então eu acho que a Envy é time muito confiante, principalmente o Kenich e o Demon, que tá aí muito tempo. A mira dele já sobe pouco, ele tem um Hulk que é o Nice, né? Pode ser uma partida fácil pra gente, mas com certeza se a gente não tiver no dia, a gente pode perder essa partida.
Ого, прогруз на Envy.
Depois desse Masters London, que a gente conseguiu ganhar, a gente conseguiu ser a gente. Só se divertir nas partidas, a gente consegue ganhar sim.
Кто это так залил-то мощно? Теодор.
São Paulo, né, que vai ter o Heretics em São Paulo, tentar ganhar esse troféuzinho и depois...
Теодор, а что ты спрашивал, что Левитана 2-0 закроют? Если ты на Envy залил баллы.
All right, everybody, welcome back, and we are getting ready for Leviathan versus Envy.
Я не
And,
туда
Mimi,
тыкнул.
I think we gotta call it how it is. We have Envy, a team that is struggling a lot right now, coming up against the defending Masters winners in Leviathan. And yet, Envy, their year doesn't get any easier after this, because after Leviathan, you still have to face against NRG, you still have to face against a Furia that took a map off of Leviathan. It's looking rough here, and we're just looking for a sign of life.
The strength of schedule is not fantastic. The performance so far has not been
Прикормил
fantastic,
баллами
and this
чатик,
matchup
так сказать.
very much not favored for Envy. They're not expected to win today. I think it would be an upset if they even got a map today. But what we're looking for is to see a team that can at least come
Ты
in with
лагаешь
a more
люто что-то.
cohesive identity.
А так, раз, два,
And
три, раз.
even if they lose, show us a little bit about who they are, about why they made these roster changes, and maybe give some glimmer looking into the future.
Yeah, we know there's talent on this roster, but
Ну
like
чё,
you heard the
писюха
devs
с милым
talking about,
голосом
it's been
Илана,
the
как
team
вы?
play where things
Да,
are
нормально,
sometimes lacking,
нормально.
and it makes some sense with Envy making so many changes throughout
Ты
the year,
как?
trying to figure out what their final five
Там
is,
что-то
what
дают
they
прям
find some
плюсовые
success
форы,
in.
прям хорошие. Вроде можно пощупать что-то.
A team that brought in a bunch of young kids at the start of this year, and they have locked in
Я
and
практически
absolutely
все, что
found their
слил
own
на
Yeah, and
предыдущей
that's what
серии
is
с
so impressive about them. They've come back from
этими
Masters,
еретиками.
they've not skipped a
Практически
beat.
все вернул.
What we haven't seen from them so far is Summit, the newest map added to the game, and Envy's gonna select it in this series. Lev is one of the teams I was very excited to get
Первая
to
карта
watch
будет
on
сплит,
this map.
вторая саммит, и на десайде раздается Сен,
Because
получается.
Lev have been floating the summit, sometimes banning it in the second phase, but teams haven't been willing to pick it against them. Leviathan are just locked in
Там
on this breeze
на
ban. That is a map that
тотал
absolutely looks heinous for
18,5
them.
и больше дают 1,5. Как будто бы можно пощупать, не?
Good evidence for Leviathan to make a case.
Нет, я бы не щупала такое.
18,5. 6 раундов.
Я думаю, тут будет лютый
Мне кажется, везде ТМ, а тут, мне кажется, что-то
Не-не-не, я уверена, что мы до самого конца будем смотреть сейчас ТМ на ТМе, и ТМ погоняет, вот и все.
On the other side for Envy, it has not been quite to that level here. Kesnet, the man I am watching, he has had a really rough go of things so far this stage. It's been, I think, the lowest
Да
performance
пойдет,
of his
вернулся из МСК
career.
домой, лежит в
And an
кровати,
agent,
ем
a map
гранат.
that historically
Ну, с
is
кайфом,
good.
с кайфом.
I really want to see him wake up today.
Yeah, because Kesnet's a guy that even when he's played on more struggling
Приятного
teams in the
тебе и
past, he was
просмотра, и
always sort of a
поедания.
top performer for them, always. You could rely on him to have solid performances to bring the team across the finish line, but it's not been the same story so far with Envy. I'm curious to see how they
Стример думает немного помолчать.
in a while, but it's time
Слева
for
направо.
the match start, brought to you by Samsung OLED. Our first looks here with Envy
Команде,
versus
который
Envy
похер на
allowed to
игру,
start on the
а
defensive
второй
side where
надо
they tend
потеть.
to be extremely strong.
Let's go,
Лена, скинь свой ТГ канал, блять, ты 9, ладно. Это был миллиметры. Блин, я ни вчера, ни сегодня ничего, что-то не кидала в него. Держи. Чего такое?
Смотри, Галори спрей будет Envy.
Галорис?
Левиатан, половина Галори.
Почему половина? Там только Сата. Вообще-то и вообще Сата это выходец из М80.
Это хай-пожар.
А ну не бубнеть на выходце из М80.
Envy have basically no space. The only respite really is Glyph, but he's on a very late backstab through main.
Она я заставила говорить? Не-не-не, пусть молчит.
Blows just takes Glyph's head off. I thought Glyph had the timing, but it's Leviathan that have caught everyone out. They fall like dominoes. A major thud as Leviathan take a few points of damage, and that's it.
I really would have liked to see a little bit more investment from Envy into helping Kesnet in this heaven position. He had such a strong spot there. If there could have been any piece of util to set him up to fight forward, but no one else there in position to aid, no one else refighting towards ramp. He just falls down, and suddenly it is the Leviathan dream. We're playing a man-up retake on A. That is their bread and butter.
Exactly, especially when there's no forward pressure coming at you. Because Kesnet dropped so early, like you're saying, Envy are just kind of sitting around on the site waiting for Lev to dive into them.
And it can be simple, just a sky flash from Glyph.
Обалдеть.
Flashes up by the time he was back in main.
Well, Envy can dwell on the past of that pistol round or start to look forward, but with 5 classics in the inventory. Maybe looking for an orb and a plant is the best they could find. Still hard to break into this B site though.
Слушай, мне нравится, они милашки, пусть счастье молодым.
Spam on top of it. Guess Kesnet is happy to take the orb and get out of there.
Да, ты почаще себе такое скидывай, они мило смотрятся.
It's impressive that he's just as good when he's playing on the controller role as.
Так еще знаешь, что самое забавное, что это Бао и Саута. Я уверена, у них все завязалось, когда они вдвоем были в М80.
М80 все такие.
Поэтому они и чемпионы.
Они жизни чемпионы.
Ты что, охренел? Выйди отсюда, пожалуйста, и зайди нормально.
Да, Envy. Левиатан выйдет. Выиграют, я иду. Нормально.
ТМ закроют? Думаю, да. Думаю, тут будет приличный ТМ.
13-0.
Да не будет тут 13-0.
We can build upon that.
Демон на сайфере играть не умеет.
especially once they can get some rifles in their hand.
Никто играть не умеет.
See what they can do.
Yeah, this is where I do want to see what the approach is. A lot of teams have tried to take Lev on this map. A lot of teams
Нет,
have
Данте, я
failed so
думаю
far.
наоборот.
The most common ideas you see is teams trying to fight heavy for a ramp or going into early mid ideas and then late pivoting sites. I think the key is always trying to deny them heaven control because on both sides of the map, Lev is so good at
Об этом
finding
говорит то, что пост написан от лица Бао.
I wonder how Envy rather could work on the lurks on this map because they're playing the most old school comp you could possibly get, right? Double smokes with the Viper, both the cages and the Viper.
Расскажи, плиз, историю про кота и ногу. Жить не могу. Хочу третий день слушать эту хуйню.
But this time it's going to be everyone grouped up together towards A.
Да, на кота этого выкинул.
Oh, that is a nice seize, and Kesnick completely caught out. Good spam out of
Никого не
Cliff, but now with
выкидывала.
Spike
И ничего не было, блин, это
onside.
стример.
That could be a problem. No support,
Вонючка
though.
издевается
He'll have to do it
надо
on
мной и
his
сканит
own with
вас.
Sato trading out even in a nice timing around the corner. Spike is just doing a number on this Envy squad. And now a Demon
Блин, я
One
хотела
out in
тут
the open
рисунок
trying to
скинуть
retreat
лютый.
back behind the cover of darkness. Rossi will stick around in main.
I think Neon saw his head go back, so that's going to preempt this rotate for Spike to go all the way towards B.
Женя быстро переделать надо. Поэтому Неона.
How does Rossi want to play this?
Что, блядь, он 80 владелец Даниил Медведев? Да, он один из основных инвесторов в клуб М80. Соответственно, и он фанат. Данная организация.
Drops in defense and he's done one. He goes right past Neon. Neon didn't see him. And now Neon trying to make a dash away. That kill was critical. With just 10 seconds left on the clock, Rossi has the time to get into the site. He's put that spike down.
Чтобы зарабатывать.
Now into the one-on-one.
It is a losing teams round for Rossi,
Чтобы зарплату.
but now it's still a one-on-one to play.
Has no idea where Spike could be coming from.
Накидай мемов на экран, а ты тухло сидим? Не, что-то не хочется
And now
пока.
he spots him. It's too little too late. Spike will collect on this third round and
Ты давай
start
по
this strong.
That is one of the
бубни.
silliest
Я
interactions
отошла.
that I've seen in a while. Just both players dropping into vents up and down
То,
on each other.
что? Помальчу рассказывай.
Didn't see
Бубни,
Rossi.
давай.
Rossi only barely saw the shoulder. See that one more time here.
Here it is.
Oh, because Neon turns at the same time to find the rope as the drop comes in.
And he's also doing the silent drop where he's grabbing the rope at the bottom. So they're both just passing by each other. Oh.
Well, that would have been a tragic round to lose, I think, if you're Neon. But luckily, Neon's got his back. By the way, Spike 6-0 right now after the first three.
I do have to look earlier in that round and critique some of the execution from Envy. You saw it. Kesnet satcheling through that orb, through that molly before anyone else could do anything. There was a season main, but still they end up so disconnected. And even in the second layer, it's just the Omen pushing through. These are the pieces of coordination.
После увиденного выкупил ТБ, переставил весь балик на тайм по карте. Что-то вообще прям без шансов.
On the attack sides.
Which isn't easy with the way that Leviathan play their defense. With the amount of stall tools they have, you just saw them there as King is gonna land the collat. Easy peasy for him. 4 and very nearly the ace. That's a round win for Lev, but what I was talking about is how much utility Leviathan's comp has just stall chokes. Whether in mid-right there you have a Viper Orb, Snake Bites, you've got Sato rotating between either throwing out of B Heaven onto the B site or mid, his own Flames. Not to mention the C's of the last round, so it becomes very difficult unless you bait out that utility early in rounds to actually run your hard execs.
And what you're saying about A, mad about losing his ace there, but it seems easy to deal with blows. He's one man, he sits rafters literally every round. How hard could it be? But his timing on the C's, the lineups that he has to spam in main, make him a nightmare to deal with.
And so Envy, back to guns and back to a 1-3-1. We've already pulled out the Snake Bite in mid and all the gas that King has left. So some progress made already, but Leviathan have changed their plan. They're playing very light around the mid space, seeding that in its entirety.
And it's a 3-player lean towards the B site. King on an off angle.
That's a nasty one too.
На Б решили зайти, получается. Атака это...
Tight lines that the defense can hold as Envy walks straight in to Asato, and that's
Ой, их
Asato with the run it
уже
back
и
even, so he's
отпугнули.
going to be charging full steam ahead. See if he can clear out Mail before snapping back to the feather.
Kesnet is just a sacrificial lamb again. On the other side, down goes the lurker, and suddenly
Как-то пока у них все кучеряво идет по передвижению. Они не могут ни пачкой зайти, ничего, их сразу же выкуривают и по одному. Расстреливает.
Will deflect two players that have absolutely no idea what just hit them.
No one got shot on left that round. It was perfect. And I feel like these NVA
Ну что там, темное противостояние 13-0 продолжается?
А на P-сета тут закрыто. Да.
Ну я зашел на 19,5 меньше и на 18,5 не меньше.
I mean, this is just a tough start, right? 5-0 already. You don't even have that
Тигрит, видали мы такое.
Лет 12 в первой половине.
So Envy are going to be going through the ringer, and I think just like sort of theory crafting how they want to play with this.
Так это что получается? VALbINA больше не будет руинить ставки своими, но этот раунд же уже не въебать.
I really would love to see them try to deal with blows on the A side.
Yeah, do ramp dive.
Exactly. Ramp dive.
Да, лутайте, пока можете, в отсутствие червяка.
А если я попрошу сейчас за баллы передать привет, он передаст мне привет языком жестов?
Он тебе фигу в экран покажет.
На телефон может ответить.
Ты сегодня какой-то неразговорчивый. Да в смысле его не заткнуть?
Предлагаю подписать петицию, чтобы VALbINA меньше разговаривал. Как он в камеру посмотрел. Сборище ультраумных людей.
Левиатан же 5-0 матч.
Что, давайте сделаем ставки баллами. Будет 13-0 или нет?
Уже действительно прогноз на первую карту, соответственно.
Можно сделать такой прогноз?
Так уже есть действительный прогноз.
А, есть уже прогноз.
На первую половину 12-0.
And they hold on to the advantage.
Whoa, that's phenomenal. Knights reading, I think, that Leviathan retreated back up ramp.
Кирилл, можешь помолчать, пожалуйста? Ну действительно, Кирилл, надоел уже. Тебе не заткнуть.
На, фигу тебе, понял? Чтобы не втыкало.
Well, Rossi is going to unlock the Viper's pit with the plant. Maybe they can work around that with some screens control. See how much.
Блин, были бы хоть какие-то свободные бабки, поставил бы на 13-0, реально пощупать.
And the TP up from Knights is excellent. He's up in it, and so is the rest of Envy. This forward fight paying off, but Spike has gotten behind enemy lines now. Tries to equalize. It's the flash. Hits on Sato. Threading the needle. Around into elbow. It's a one-on-one now. Sato's got the chance. And with the wall up, Kesnet has to run in. And Sato reads it. This round belongs to him. Just when you think Envy've done everything right.
Как бы сказала VALbINA, вот и первый раунд.
That round was a 4-on-2.
Вы что, не первый взяли?
Far and away the best chance they had.
Нет, я на червем.
Red Bull clutch.
Я просто не видел.
Steals it away.
That just hurts, right? Because I think both Kesnet and Knights especially did everything they needed. It's solo plays, but it's beautiful.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that meant there wasn't really the support on site for the Viper's pit. Rossi just got run down.
And I think Kesnet read that that player was going to be flanking back through main, tried to go for the wrap instead. But that ends up being a misread, and when you commit to a play like that, with it not planted open, there's such a risk, you have so much pressure put on yourself to have to make the play.
Наблюдаем 13-6.
Looking to bully in mid as well now. You can see just the last two rounds they've started playing a lot more forward, a lot more aggressive, popping out from behind enemy smokes. This time, no dice on a kill.
Демон пройдет спину, убьет и легкий раунд.
Looking to catch a timing here. He has made the cross into ramp and now calls Envy back in.
Временем левить через мид.
Space has been ceded to Envy. Willing to just
Неон вообще на сайте ультимат стрель.
And Lev's A retakes have looked so good that they might just be happy to let this one happen. Quick rotates over. Now the showstopper plucked out of the sky. Another 5-on-4 for Envy. And another forward look as Knights tries to catch Neon with that smoke in hand. He's got to get him quickly. And he delivers.
Форма у них просто ебануто крутая. Согласна. Форма левитанов невероятно красивая. Я бы сказала, это одна из самых красивых форм вообще, в принципе, которые я видела, что существовали.
Now spike into the site, and yet again he's lethal with it, but this time Envy have found those kills, and Demon 1 all the way from behind have finally shown a rare win for Envy.
The critical moment of that round is actually getting the kill CT. Neon got caught with his util, juggling in and out. They pick up that pick, they hold on to that forward space, and that allows, despite the fact that they were in a man's advantage off of that rocket, Envy to have space to fall back into as the retake came in.
Я прихожу и вижу 6-6, смотрите.
Ладно, на что Кирилл приколил, но если в приватке ничего нет, то ничего. Но логично, что VALbINA будет болеть за Левитан, типа... Как иначе? Он же фанат Сата, а Сата это 80, то есть он фанат 80, поэтому он болеет за Левитан.
As soon as you think Envy is just showing you the retake plays, they give you a set strat. And they're even aware of these are explodes, locks it down.
Фига, кстати, это особый элемент поддержки команды М80, это их знак. Как помпончики, знаете, у болельщиц, которыми они вот таким пиу-пиу-пиу-пиу-пиу. Так вот, фанаты М80 фигушками. М80 вперед.
Not having anyone else with him, getting spam kills in main, the value he's getting with each piece of his utility. He's so incredible on this map.
Блин, у меня, короче, тоже челлендж, я не могу 2 недели кидать мемы на экран. Тогда Вован с капустой поменяет ник на М80 чемпионы мира. Поэтому очень сильно прошу кого-нибудь кинуть на экран мем, где Волода говорит, что болеем за М80. Тому будет большое уважение.
Just holding their space, a heaven. Would have liked to see Envy try and put some emphasis on getting orbs online in this round. Get Kesnet closer to maybe a second showstopper in the half.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's going to get one. Miles away here with only a few more rounds left to play. And King on yet another of these off angles. This time the Phoenix flash ready to go around the corner. It's a nice little 1-2 punch. And Envy have instantly been slowed down. Choosing to leave Demon 1 up in heaven while the rest of the team pivots back into mid.
Вот именно, М80 это танка, они по всем и проехались. Они еще даже не стреляли, так что имейте в виду. Да что вы доебались до меркового знака в конце, я не понимаю, бля.
13 студию.
По приколу. Поэтому именно так и говорю.
Блин, хотел поставить на 13-0. Надо ставить на 13-1.
Просто бабушку заставила вспомнить. Ну, не благодари. О мягком знаке Ланочка говорят каждый стрим абсолютно, а я ни разу не видела, ни разу. Я вот сегодня только в первый раз увидела сообщение про мягкий знак. И сегодня я узнала, что вообще-то это неправильно, действительно. Я просто и от себя не замечала мягкого знака, если не обращала внимания, типа вообще. Ни одного стрима без этого, блин. Ну, я не обращала внимания, потому что для меня это было что-то естественное. Я даже не думала, что как-то иначе бывает. Точнее, вообще, в принципе, в эту сторону не думала.
because they know Leviathan don't like to play on this A
Без
side.
дарная атака.
A lot of liberty to go ahead and do that for themselves.
Помню, как Valbina сказал мне, что если бы закончил брата, он бы перестал разговаривать, чтобы не растерять божий дар. Теперь я задумался. Блять.
Scattered for now as the smokes go down. Glyph just narrowly staying alive, but the rest of Lev are here, and it is just lights out from them.
Lev's handling of that team fight was so excellent. All of the smokes were dropping simultaneously. They had 3 different angles they had to fight from. But you saw full trust in every one of their players as to what their teammate was holding. Whether it was Spike sliding towards site, trusting that his teammate was full watching main for him. Or later on, the same idea with Sato too. Just really beautiful stuff from this Lev squad. It has now been
Каким
game after game after game. But their protocols on split are still just elite.
Doesn't matter if you know their tendencies. Leviathan are just that good. Maybe you've tried to mix things up a little bit here with the forward TP out of Knights. I think Knights has been by far and away the most.
В сибирском говоре реально так говорят. Вот может быть, но я как бы на это внимание не обращаю. Единственное, на что я обратила внимание в плане говора, это по большей части про слова. Это почему-то во всей остальном мире колба называется черемшой.
А что такое колба? Я первый раз слышу такое слово.
Колба — это колба, это то, что вы называете черемшой.
Я реально первый раз слышу такое слово.
И еще из говора, кстати, заметила то, что ударение неправильно ставится на слово «кидается». Мне очень много предъявляли за слово «кидается». «Кидается» — это типа...
Кидается.
Вот, да, кидается, типа вот собака кидается. У меня всю жизнь вот было, что собака кидается. А кидается — это как взять что-то и кинуть. А кидается — это когда само существо кидается, накидывается.
Кинулся назад.
Оказывается, это тоже вот говор. Определенный сибирский.
Утенок.
Еще в сибирске говорят толчонка. Да, картофельное пюре всегда было толчонкой. Оказывается, никто даже и не знает об этом слове практически.
Не очень плохим словом владеешь.
Это КТ-карта. Ты можешь написать восклицательный знак, название карты. Название можно увидеть в левом верхнем углу, и бот подскажет тебе сильную сторону. Она из какого города? Я с Кемерово. Толчонка — это похоже на туалетную бумагу. Нет, толчонка от слова растолочена, то есть картошка растолочена, она такая типа...
Слово толчок.
Просто есть вот такая штука, как толкушка. Это вот инструмент, который кухонный, который толчат картошку.
And this is a nasty angle. Leviathan have already rotated over, so Envy still trying to mix things up now. Showstopper into the B site. All 3
Я
players
слово
back in
«виходка» услышала от жены в первый раз. Она в Сибири живет. Долго вдуплял, что это значит. Ну, «виходка» — это вот щеточка, которая вот... Губка для тела, как это назвать-то? Это висит. Это «виходка», да.
Второй раунд для команды Envy.
Чё, там 15,5 не заходит?
Тайма не будет.
Ну почему? Да если...
Если пистолетку не берут, то в целом может и зайдет.
Может зайти еще 15,5 ТМ. Толкушка, скалка. Нет, скалка — это другое. Скалка ты часто раскатываешь. А толкушкой картошку толчешь. Она это другое.
Изнит проснулся наконец-то.
Ну все, камбэк 10-13 Энви закрывают. Меня ValbINA на мемы засканил. Дай мемы человеку, пожалуйста.
Мемы еще заслужить надо.
Он их купил. Он заслужил.
Нет.
Знаешь, чей ответ?
Ладно, ответ.
Вот именно. Так что молчи.
Ответа тише.
Топ, ладно, у тебя 4 утра. Нет, я в 15 лет уехала из родного города, из Кемерово, в Питер жить. Так что у меня московское время.
Зачем мемы спамить в стриме?
Все правильно? Там есть
Рассуждаю.
еще один мем со звуком, где Валена говорит, болеют за М80.
Кирилл, предлагаю удалить этот мем.
Там я сейчас скину. Я этот мем добавляла. Там мой стикер дорисованный, где он со звездочками такой, типа, довольный. Сейчас.
Болею за М80. Болею за М80.
А как его скинуть, не понимаю.
Well, Sato's saying if he had to pivot to a different role, it would be unemployment.
Питер имба. Согласна.
He's triple positive on the first half. I think that his career prospects are looking good.
Unless
Валина
Riot
где живет?
Games decide no more Phoenix. And then he's gonna have to come up with some other plans. But for now, he's all good. He's looking fantastic out there today.
McDonald's or
Заело за М80.
KO.
Yeah.
Clove. Anyone with a revive. That'll do the trick for Sato.
Оверхайп команда или Вета двигается под точку Б.
I think Sato would be one of the people I would be
Лаузин
confident rocking the Clove. Just run in there and shoot
Нашли
people. I don't know.
бесплатно
Well, right now they
Б
just walked into the
команды
B site.
Yeah, it's great.
Фан.
Okay.
Fear not.
How long do they keep walking?
Парни, вы сейчас не тролльте мою фору,
Right now,
пожалуйста.
Kesnet thinks he's holding B, but there's 3
Кем
players
троллит?
past him. Okay.
They get king in mid though.
Oh no,
Без
they're
них.
still marching back into
Убить
spot.
двоих.
They've got numbers, but I'm not sure how good Kesnet's gonna
Тролль.
feel about this. Quick 1 for
Хорош,
1 and
Максим.
Demon 1. Returning fire there.
Так, Рабас-Барабас молчит, задонатили, чтобы молчал.
ТМ-15,5 походу не заходит.
To retake now.
Нет, напиши
Пауза.
восклицательный
Я
знак «молчу». Валена сам себе придумал испытание.
Challenge for Envy.
Против Максим.
This time though, sticking together.
Бюджета на
Nice.
награду не
Nice.
хватило даже на пачку
Fires
сухариков.
the paranoia the wrong way. The
Nice,
flash
Максим.
catches him entirely. That's a 3-piece out
Хорошая
of Glyph.
команда.
And a pistol
Envy.
round for Envy to start the second half.
Продолжаем в том же
It
духе.
was pretty
10
sketchy,
раундов
honestly,
подряд.
with that timing that got caught into B, but Kesden is aware enough to catch the rotates and spawn. The walk mid finds the punish onto King. And it's Envy picking up a round.
Ярчайшая победа Энви. Как же это легко читается. 10-13.
Heard the spike being planted.
Да.
Last time these teams played, it was a double
Помню, как на
13
сплите.
Прикормили, просто давали коэффициент на себя, понимаете?
Envy trying to do a little better
Ты
than
видел,
that
нет,
today.
видос
At least looking
на
to tie
мастерсе,
this.
где
Lev.
Илюха сам против демона.
The
Какие энерджи тогда забирали.
Dog.
А Валена за донаты говорит, нет.
Yeah.
Хотя можете проверить, еще никто не проверял.
Экологический раунд для команды.
Interesting ideas. But Leviathan, this is kind of what I was talking about last half, where I wanted to see from Envy do some of these pop smokes.
Но самого сильного игрока команды Энви. Он погибает.
This time, hold on. No, that
Сын тоже
bandit
погиб.
cannot be getting 2 kills there. There's no way it's a 2-on-2 right
2-2.
now.
Потом хп
A gun to be
нихуя.
retrieved back sight.
Rossi's
Rossi,
going alone too.
yeah, but he can't afford to let these players get guns. I think it's
I
almost a
mean-
necessity, and King didn't have his rifle
Хорош,
out.
Руси.
Steady hands from Rossi.
I was not nervous at all. Don't worry.
I was. Can I admit that?
Yeah, you can admit that.
Mimi is literally curled up in a ball on the couch right now. She was absolutely concerned.
I was convinced they were losing that round. After the Bulldog fell inside, after Rossi's trying to make the play alone. But luckily, the IGL for Envy manages to sure it up. The steady hands.
Caught a break there with King switching over to the rifle.
Ладночка, пошли кофе пить, я тебе раф куплю. Мне не особо раф нравится.
That said, with Envy losing 3 players, those 4 Bulldogs and a Spectre have
Команда Левиафан опять идет в
not nearly
Б-план.
as threatening.
На Б-планту никого нет. Пошла охота на
Especially
Кинга.
when Envy just continue to give up the B
Видят
site.
перетяжку Левиафан.
Leviathan like are assuming it's almost a trap play with how eerily quiet it is on that side of the map.
This is a weird round though. They've double walked down into sewers at the very beginning.
Oh no.
King's like, where the hell did that guy come from?
Yeah, I was holding for the A main push, not the sewers
Самый
push.
жесткий игрок команды.
Seems like the first player to activate on the lurks in these rounds.
Давайте,
The one to drop in the
никаких
pistol was King.
табашек.
Here, King gets the better of Rossi.
3-4 и закончили
Welcome to
упражнение.
Leviathan. We're up 5 on 3. We hold.
Yeah, we hold. I mean, they've just been holding the whole
Сейчас на
round, and
Максимку
they've
выйдет.
just continued
Кинг
walking at
получит леща.
99% of pushers stop right before they get the pick.
It's time to push, Envy. Get
Come on.
something done.
Какая-то аура демона обходит его
Leviathan's protocol's
стороной.
pretty solid once they have numbers up situations, and honestly, just on anti-ecos in general.
Yep. They're going to go back towards B. There are 2 players holding here.
Вот, давайте 13-4. Я предлагаю остановиться на 10-4, чтобы ТМ 15-5 зашло.
High-low instantly broken by the dark cover, and you can't run
Да
through that
15-5 не зайдет ТМ.
Я говорю на 10-4 остановиться.
Все, игру закончить?
Барселона женский состав получает. Соберитесь, пожалуйста.
Easy peasy for Lev. They punish every aggressive push that round. They wait patiently and have a great exec over towards B. So far, Envy's defense has just consisted of give up B, walk everywhere in mid, and hope the kills come to fruition. I don't think that one's going to work anymore.
No. Especially with the comp they're trying to play, right? You're playing a comp with pretty limited forward fighting tools and very good stall, right? You have double smokes and Cypher.
Yeah, as was displayed on their attack half, where Kez was getting sent into the volcano every round with just the sky flash to help.
Демон, нечего терять, давай пуш. На Сайфере.
Ладно, ты ставила ТМ 15-5 в Валоранте? Нет, нет, это разъебись навел. Я на ничьих движениях, поэтому пока не встала. Мы тут спорили с Ромашкой из чата на баксинге, но, похоже, меня заскамили.
Yeah, there always is. They've gotten the pick.
99% of pushers quit right before they hit. It pays off.
Knights knew that.
And look, Rossi last round got caught out when he walked through sewers, but this round, will he? I don't see. Demon One stopped pushing, and that was the problem. Now you have Knights who's pushing, and it pays off for one, at the very least.
There's a walk chase going on the other side of the map between our 2 Vipers.
It kind of looks like they're like a ghost, like the shadow.
I think King knows. He calmed it over to Spike.
And now Rossi is pinched into the corner.
У Ланы стрим параллельно на бусте. Нет.
Sato and Spike are
Не угадал.
in a heated race right now for top frag. Sato at the half was leading with 15 kills. Spike now completely dominating him. 21-7 on the Neon.
21. And 7.
And 7.
Yeah.
That's a 3x multiplier. Yeah. That's pretty solid for
Гамашка,
playing
верни
16
бабки
rounds of
Лане.
regulation.
Ты что, офигел? Ты меня троллишь, блин, на Р?
Hey guys, stop walking at them.
Yep.
Ужасы.
I'm not a lip
Не
reader,
стыдно
but
тебя.
that's what I would be imagining.
If you want to go aggressive, let's look at like a trap play with utility, and if not, let's just hold back and try and anchor some sites, guys.
I mean, ultimately, like, there's 2 problems that have been happening consistently. One is the A main hold from King. You can't beat it right now, especially with the shift plays.
That's not a right now issue. That's you
that's
just
a permanent
generally
thing.
cannot beat him there.
Офигели.
And then the glaring issue, I think, in terms of their actual defense hold is the B site and all the space Leviathan have gotten with
Which
the forward
is
smoke.
free,
Yeah.
pretty much every round.
So.
Or it's solo anchored and they get to pop close because of their smoke.
Yeah, I almost feel like if NB wanted to fight forward, I'd like it as a little trap play in B main a little bit more. But we'll see. Glyph is just yearning for the matcha right now. I would be too.
You were down 12-4.
I actually am now. Now that I see it, That could fix me.
Yeah. I don't know if it would fix you, but
it would be an improvement.
It could help, yeah.
Well, we are certainly back to be main, and
Давайте, мои мальчики. Все, закончили упражнения и все.
Упражнение только начинается.
Не-не-не-не-не.
Because Envy have just sort of thrown together whatever they can buy here, and Knights is already mowed down.
Умолчание, если бы VALbINA даже не двигался.
И так 1 уже не зашел, надо заканчивать тут.
Now all the Cypher utility broken on this site. There's just nothing left to play behind.
I would describe that as tragic. It's now a 5-on-4. Lev will wait. They will punish you if you push. So I think Envy make a solid call by keeping a stack towards the B side of the map.
Yeah, I think the evidence of what the coach was saying there on display, not just going to be instantly seizing space and walking forward down numbers, or even at all, but the real trouble is going to be Glyph, because the position he's playing with a Spectre. I'm sorry, you're not getting any kills from on Raptor, so he's got to be really careful here on the jiggle, not to give his life away.
His job is to maintain heaven best he can and not die.
Oh my word, he's on 7 HP.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished to some extent. Has held on to ramps control 2 for Envy. And that's opened up Kesnet to find a little pick on Neon. Now no more open smokes in the post plant. Should try to simplify, as a camera in screens has spotted these two players on the advance.
The fight in main is everything here. They have to disrupt King from this angle.
And King has been such a nuisance when you're walking at him. Dodges out on the flash, that'll be 1, that is 2. And all of a sudden, the piece is starting to fall apart as Spike takes that forward fight. And the IGL finds himself in a brutal position.
разворотик, но, к сожалению,
Да никаких разворотиков. Посидели на таймчике. Один, конечно, не зашел. Но 2 остальных зашли. Минус 7,5 и минус 6,5 зашли.
Ну, поздравляю всех, кто что-то смог создать на левитанов, либо же какой-то что-то на Энви. Тут, скорее всего, 2-0.
Не верю.
Почти допы, да, почти допы. Очень на тоненького левитана выиграли, очень.
Да, нет. 13-0 надо было выиграть.
Да, когда-нибудь появится команда Лана, ссылка на мой ТГ-канал, когда я бабок в стриме развезу за рекламу.
А он тебе бесплатно пиарить должен.
Вот это ты сказанул.
Кирилл засмеялся. А я что, не прав, что ли?
Ты лев. VALbINA, молчи, если Энви выиграет серию. Бесплатный сыр только в мышеловке, тупо.
Да нет.
А чё, умно нет?
Нет.
Чё, на второй тоже в ТМ верим? Да, думаю, да. Вторая карта сами. Блин, сомнительная карта максимальная, но думаю, там тоже будет ТМ.
Любят же Энви пилить Рейну там. 2 дулика они любят выигрывать. Чем не стрелять 3 дулика и все.
Бесплатно только молчать весь стрим. Это дорого стоит на самом деле.
Бесплатно только сыроп на шеловке. А ну тебе тут серьезный вопрос в чате задали.
Ладно, а что ты можешь сказать по поводу твоих слитых фото с шахты? Ну, когда такое сливается, лучше молчать, чтобы не провоцировать, понимаешь? Поэтому я молчу.
Молчишь с позором.
С гордостью.
Похоже, девушки пришли.
Tem o céu dominado, vai chegar pela rampa também. Que é isso? Pode ficar bom pra Leliato. Olha o salto! Entrando na última. O que faz?
Дальше карта у нас по расписанию.
I'm here with the owner ahead of map 2. The team looks fluid in everything you guys are doing. Kind of, it's just as a look ahead question. Do you even think a meta change could really disturb what the chemistry the team has right now?
No, I don't think so, because in the Yoru meta we have probably the best Yoru in the world. That is Neon. Now in the Neo meta we have the best Neo in the world. That is Spike. So don't bother us. I think that we can, of course, like, playing double is not in our favor, but for example in Corp we don't have, we used to play with Whaley, only a single duelist, and it was like a really good map of us. So I think that the boys are really flexible and can play everything, so it's not gonna change anything.
Thanks for the insight. Good luck.
And to quote Mimi, this game was exactly as it was built. Basically, Leviathan.
Ты девочка, шаг ты чистишь, что поделать?
Вам спасибо за донат, даже если это сотка, ты красавица или красотка. Швепс.
Процент снищика. Что последующий думаешь? ТМ зайдет.
На следующий будет Total больше. Потому что карта новая.
У Волыны просто горло болит, вот и молчит.
Stays the same. I'm always super impressed by this guy playing Omen on split. The way he maneuvers around the B site
О причинах болезни горла думайте сами.
Flawless. His util timings, when he chooses to use the paranoias, when he chooses to teleport away, and the moments he picks to try to fight. Like, he is one of the guys that I look at on this map. This was a ridiculous situation in the one of the early rounds, but yeah, he's one of the guys that I look at on this map as like genuinely being an expert here, even though it's his off role.
Yeah, he was also just an absolute nuisance in this case against Envy, always kind of being that thorn in the back whenever Envy were able to take a lot of that space towards B.
Следующая карта и чей-то пик. Следующая карта получается у нас Саммит.
But then when you're kind of looking at
the
more macro of it as well, his smokes are so good and perfectly timed, like you were kind of saying, to always make Envy kind of second guess and worry.
Like the way that they played out that round, where you see the utilities using to take B main, working through the smoke, and then they pop flash out together, which that's a final round of that little highlight reel that also displays something we saw a ton from Lev in that defensive half, which was Sato and Spike playing Neon, getting super aggro, catching timings on the extremities. In that instance, killing, well, like 3 players on Envy. In other instances, maybe pushing through A and just catching Demon 1 solo. They had a ton of impact.
Ладно, ты эксперт в полях горла? Не особо. Волына больше шарит в этом.
Overly aggressive play, or maybe just like trying to see if stuff sticks, but these guys are still very much locked in. I think like Spike's a good example.
Спасибо за инфу. Да, не за что. Если что, сейчас покажет, чей это будет таки пик.
This team still seems extremely methodical.
Вот сейчас скажу, это будет, получается, пик команды Envy. Сплит пикнули Левитана.
But instead, he takes the ultra disciplined approach and then just go back and they try to play in the 2v2 and it gets a little awkward.
И 13 ждем на
To me,
следующем.
that says so much about this team and the mindset that they have right now.
I mean, even just that round
Вполне
alone
может
stood out
быть,
to me that
вполне.
Envy, they were having some hard time
Ладно,
with that
Мибры
team
2-0
chemistry.
мнение. А против кого они там играют? Я не смотрела расписание.
Tunnel vision on that one person on site and didn't open up their mind to other possibilities, and I think that's something that we saw them try to do right in the early attack of when they got that first round. That was after a round where they already tried to take set Hesnet up solo, and he just ended up dying. That round that they won, they actually fully pushed through, had 2
Волына, молчи, если поднимешь лайне ЗП. Блять, все.
Ловите
Ты неправильно предложение построил. Как можно поднять то, чего нет?
but also a very limited util being made use of.
Блять, если 0 умножить на что-то, все равно будет 0.
Yeah.
An old look.
No, for sure, but it still felt like they didn't know what util was best used where.
Чё,
I don't know if
Кирилл?
that's just because like the individuals are struggling and not throwing that util out, or if there isn't a bigger call, like they don't know themselves what they're doing, so they don't know where to actually put the utility. Because to me, they just looked very lost. And the one thing that I really didn't like seeing is the lack of discipline, even though they're down, right? You're talking about Lev kind of being up, having that great lead, and still being disciplined, but Envy couldn't even do it, even though they needed to secure rounds. They needed to secure guns, especially when you look at
Wait,
the
когда Кирилл
that they
говорит.
were playing, right? They ended up with 2 people left alive when it could have been a lot
Когда
better.
сорвется.
Yeah, that bonus being as weak as it was,
И
honestly, better
услышит
half
у
than
него
the
слово
full
первое.
second half.
Блядь,
Let's check back
заебали.
in with our maps here as well, because obviously
Смотрим, Мибор будем же смотреть. Да, естественно.
MVP pick, which of course puts Leviathan on the defense side. So not
Ну, с
only,
нуля ты
guys, do we
можешь
get to
поднять.
see what the game
Поднять
plan is
можно то,
supposed to be
что
for
есть,
Envy in
то, что
selecting this map,
существует.
but also finally we get to see what Lev's been cooking here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they have to unveil
Хотя
on
по
this map.
логике
And,
мистера
I mean,
стримера, раз мы
90%
говорим о моей
chance that if
зарплате,
I had
значит
guessed,
она
it's going to be
есть.
a Neon and a Phoenix and pretty much what we were just seeing on Solid
Прямо
for the most
как
part in every other
инопланетяне
map
у
that they're playing.
соседа.
But still, regardless, I do really want to see what they have in store for us there.
И рок у него на
for
лбу.
sure. And the one thing that I'm looking for out of Envy is actually put pressure around the map. You're gonna have to on a map like
Тотал меньше
Summit, right? You want
19.5
those
за
pieces on the side of Lev moving around so you
1.98.
can find
Норм, мне
openings.
кажется,
And we saw
отлично.
that they tried to do that on that map 1, but they just didn't do enough. It's like they would say hello and then
Что-то
immediately just
распизделся прям.
disappear. And Lev
Действительно,
read that.
Волонтию
They
не
read that so
заткнуть.
perfectly. And if that's the same story here on Summit, you know, Envy are gonna really have to step it up.
God forbid I even
Какие
ask this
карты?
question, but, I
Следующая
wonder
карта
what Coach
Саммит.
Stunner
Это
has
будет
to say
пик
ahead of
команды
map number 2. Give me something, Dakota,
Envy.
please.
I'm Hero Stunner ahead of map 2. Lev is going to be a tough opponent. What are you looking to bring out now on
Соответственно,
Summit? So Envy can
а
finally
третью карту, я думаю, мы и не увидим.
We need to take more risk if we want to win.
How do you plan on doing that?
I mean, we have clear information in the mid
Спасибо.
round.
Да не за что, не за что. Обращайся.
That's it. It's very simple. Like we had full information in that last game, and then we didn't execute it well. So in this game, hopefully we can execute off the information we have.
All right, coach. Good luck. Thank you.